Welcome, y'all.
Hey.
Happy Saturday. So today we're in sort of we're in a hybrid approach right now, which is one of the reasons why we switched to this room. You'll notice, of course, some of the work group members are online. I think we're going to get a couple more folks coming in around the 10 o'clock hour as well too. So folks will be coming around that time. Just a reminder, we're in a pandemic, and that's kind of reflective of why we're here. A number of our work group members have been exposed to or tested positive for COVID or RSV or the flu. So just protect yourself. If anybody wants a mask, we have some upstairs. So just let us know if that's what you are hoping for. Let's see. So we're going to get started here. I'm just going to share this. Hopefully folks online can see this as well. So we are at our third Anti-Displacement Working Group meeting. It's super good to be here. I know we're in the busyness of the holidays and all that good stuff. So thanks for y'all for taking the time to get here for this. Just to sort of do introductions, I think there are a couple new faces in the room. Maybe we'll start with the folks in the room. Just as a note, so I think these big blocks Kim and I were just talking about are the speakers. So the folks online, y'all, we can clearly hear y'all, so don't feel shy about jumping in as well either. And then there's also microphones throughout this room, so folks will be able to pick up you super well, and folks on Zoom should be able to hear you pretty well too. When we jump into small groups, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna use the folks who are in the room, y'all are gonna be a small group, and then the folks online will be a small group. And I think Lee and Allison at least will go upstairs and do that group. And then so we don't have like sort of the cross-pollination of sound. But let's just do introductions. I'm C. Terrence Anderson, Director of Community-Based Research at Kira. Maybe I can get my University of Minnesota colleagues right here at the front can introduce themselves too.
Okay. I'm Lee Gagazian. I work with C. Terrence at Kira. I'm the programs coordinator for community-based research. It's nice to see you all.
Hi, I'm Viola Jacobs. I'm the assistant professor at Humphrey in the urban planning area, and I'll be helping out with some of the qualitative research.
Awesome. We go to you, Tim. Yeah.
Tim Samnick. I'm here with the city of Robbinsdale.
Kim Bergeron with the City of Brooklyn Park.
Hi, I'm Allison Bell with Bellwether Consulting, and I'm on the project team with Cura and Housing Justice Center.
I am Beecham with the J. Rose Phillips Family Foundation of Minnesota.
Dan Soler, I'm from Hennepin County.
Kathy Gold, Hennepin County.
A.B. Brown, out of Woodpeck, North Minneapolis.
Kareem Murphy, Hennepin County.
Carla Arredondo, fellow Littleton and Northside resident.
Sam O'Connell, Met Council.
Adam Arvidsson, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Malik Holshabaz with Cura support staff for the Anti-Displacement Work Group. And I work with a program here called the Neighborhood Leadership and Organizing Program. Good to see everybody.
Diane Bunting, Robbinsdale resident and part of Robbinsdale for Racial Justice.
Todd Austin, Kimley Horn.
And can y'all online, can you hear these folks well? Just maybe just give a heads up, a thumbs up. Okay. Maybe we'll jump online for introductions. John, do you want to go first?
Sure. John Sutter, City of Crystal.
All right, Coco.
Hi, y'all. I'm Coco. I'm with Northside Funders Group.
Awesome. Tom.
Morning, everyone. Tom Avers with the Minneapolis Parks Foundation.
Awesome. Ricardo, if you're there.
Hey, Ricardo Perez, he, him pronouns with Blue Line Coalition and the Alliance.
You sound horrible, Ricardo.
Thanks, Candy.
All right. Tom, if you're there.
Hey all, Tom Tao, City of Minneapolis and North Minneapolis resident.
Awesome. Even though Candy, you're just walking in, if you just want to introduce yourself, got microphones all around, they can hear you.
Candy Bacon with Micah and the Blue Line.
So I'm too close to visit.
And Jim, if you want to introduce yourself.
I am Jim Vole. I work for the city of Minneapolis in CFED, the Community Planning and Economic Development Department.
Awesome. And again, I think there'll be some more folks who are joining online in just a minute, and so we should have them joining. For the folks who are here, we just got some coffee, which I know has been of interest, so feel free to grab some coffee. And so if there needs to be a mass rush for the coffee, feel free to do that. I totally get it. Just want to go over our agenda for today. For the folks in the room, we have agendas there. For the folks online, I'm going to send it to y'all in the chat in just a second. Feel free to have it too. It should be in your emails as well. But today we just have a couple, oops, this is the wrong thing, sorry. We have a couple things that we're going to do. So the first thing is we are going to be talking about the Anti-Displacement Working Group at the nexus of the environmental assessment. So essentially, we're going to have Dan Solar who'll come up and sort of talk to us about what is the connection of this project within the overall Blue Line Extension environmental assessment. So folks have been curious about that. Of course, there's a relationship, and I think it has implications in terms of what strategies we might be committed to definitively, those sort of things. So Dan will be here to talk about that. We're going to have a large conversation about cultural displacement. Super thankful for Candy Bacon last meeting, who really reminded us that we need to center joy and playfulness around this project, but of course pouring more into not just business-centered displacement or housing-centered displacement, but also this cultural aspect of displacement. So we'll have a panel of folks who will sort of give a talk for an hour about that, and then we're going to go into small groups to kind of dive deeper into that conversation as well. And that should wrap up our morning. In the early afternoon, when we return from lunch, we will be going over data. So we have a presentation of our quantitative work, which includes a windshield survey of businesses along the corridor. We'll have a presentation from Dr. Tony Damiano about that. And then we'll have some of Juxta's youth, including Justice Jones and Howie Youngmark, and some Juxta apprentices who did qualitative research, particularly focusing on youth throughout the corridor, to come present their work. And then we're going to use all this as a backdrop to, again, sort of talk about the policy recommendations that we've been discussing for the past several meetings. So sort of continuing to fill in that conversation as we work towards our policy outcomes. One of the things that I do want to propose today, and we'll close today with getting some definitive dates about this, but I'm going to propose that we have a meeting in January. And that's because I think we need more time than just the last meeting to lock down these policy recommendations, right? So I just worry that we're going to get to the last meeting and we're in a huge scramble to have a really important and deep conversation. So it's my proposal that we split that up into two meetings, one in January, one in February. We can schedule together what that right January meeting is. So there's no date that I have for it yet, but we will try to find that right one. So my hope is also, we've been working with the governments and the internal working groups. We've been surveying them, also in not an effort to rush them today to get here. Like, they just need to have the conversations that they need to have, enough that we can come back to this group to have a robust conversation with more things for us to consider as we get to recommendations. So with all those things in mind, my proposal is that we come back in January instead of just leaving to the last meeting to make that happen, just to make sure that we have enough space and time to really dig into the conversation that we need to. Does that sound at least generally fair? Again, we'll need to find the right date that works for the majority of the members in this group, and we certainly intend to do so. So that really is the big meeting for today. Is there any questions, anything that you feel like we should add to this meeting? I guess I'll just say, do you have no? Okay, I saw your hands move in the corner of my eyes. The other thing, for the folks who are in the room, the restroom is just right around if you walk around the corner, make a left. Basically, if you stay on the wall, and it's the next left, the restrooms are in there. And if there's anything else that y'all need, then that should be great too. We'll have food coming, I think around 12:30. And so we'll have lunch as well for that. Coffee's here, some stuff for breakfast is over there as well too, so feel free to dive into that at any time. Without further ado, I will have our first element of today is to talk about the environmental assessment. And so we have our great friend Dan Solar here to come and talk about that aspect. You didn't have a presentation or anything to keep. You're just gonna sort of.
There's a couple slides.
Oh, there is? Okay,
There
you
is,
sent it to me?
yeah.
Okay.
Just a couple pieces that I identified. A few things.
Did you email it to me?
Kathy Dean.
Oh, Kathy emailed it? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Kathy, did you email me the slides?
Yeah, do you want me to do it again?
Yes. I don't know if you want to open it or mark it or anything like that, or I think you just take a second too. Kathy, maybe if you want to email it to Lee too. Is Lee in the room? Oh yeah. You sent it? Did you send it to Lee too? If you can see it, pull up. Do you have it?
No. Oh, I just got it.
Okay. Takes a while. Do you want to join the Zoom? Because I think my email something's going on with it, and then you can share your screen on it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the folks online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, everybody. Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Dan Solar, Director of Transit from Hennepin County, and of course, with Met Council, co-partners in the creation, delivery, and movement of this Blue Line Extension LRT project. And so what I want to talk a little bit about this morning is just kind of introduce or just kind of remind folks where we are in the process of the project and how the anti-displacement working group elements can start to build into the work we're doing moving forward with the environmental documentation. So as an introduction, I think most of you know that the Blue Line Extension project was a kind of different project before, when it came out of downtown Minneapolis and went up Highway 55 and then headed up the Burlington Northern Railroad alignment and then into Brooklyn Park. And with the inability to move forward with that alignment, with the inability to reach an agreement with the railroad, we set off on the path that we're on now, which is to create a similar but different connection or extension of the Blue Line from Target Field Station in Minneapolis up to Brooklyn Park. And so with that, and without using railroad right away, of course, displacement became an important topic for this new alignment, and that's why we're all here today. So previously, when we had the previous alignment, we had done and completed and put in place that looks ominous from a IT standpoint. I've never seen such a screen. It looks a little bit like a Christmas tree, but
1 second. Sorry, everyone.
The use system's going down right now.
Yeah, because I'm out of this meeting.
maybe there's too many laptops open at one time in one room.
In the matrix.
Yeah, I quit out of Zoom.
Like a fun
Yeah.
house. Yours.
I will remind everyone, I've touched nothing up here, okay? I've touched nothing, so that can only make it worse.
Okay, it's fine.
Just restart your computer.
Okay. So what I was reminding folks is that on our, and you can go one more, see Terrence, on our previous project, we completed the document that you see on the left side of the screen, which is a final environmental impact statement for the previous alignment. And done in the books, included all the impacts, environmental impacts on the project, included all the mitigation measures. And so because we've modified the alignment, we've needed to work with the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, to determine what the course of action for a modification of that environmental document can be. And that can be all the way from as simple as something like a reevaluation memo that talks about a few different changes, all the way to what we're actually going to do, which is prepare a supplemental draft environmental impact statement and a supplemental final environmental impact statement. Basically, how different is the alignment and how different are the changes from the previous one? And of course here, they're fairly significant in some spots and zero in others. So the work we've done, up on West Broadway, in Brooklyn Park, the environmental impacts and environmental mitigation measures that were in place in the previous document will hold, and they'll still be the same. But as we come down 81 in Crystal and Robbinsdale, as we come through West Broadway and other areas in North Minneapolis, we will need to almost start from scratch in terms of identifying impacts and identifying mitigation measures to those impacts that will become part of the project. So that work starts. And that's really what we're starting here in 2022, end of 2022 and into 2023. Now, one thing we did learn and realize is that this is a bigger effort and undertaking than maybe we had originally assumed, right? We didn't know what direction we were going to need to go environmentally. So it's a pretty significant effort. And if Terrence, I think, or whoever can go, maybe I can even go to the next slide, but I better not try. So you can see here a little bit about, and I'm going to put a schedule up next, but you can see that, we did the top piece, which was to select the design options, do the route recommendation report, recommend West Broadway. We've got a number of things undecided that are moving forward in the environmental process. So building the alignment east of 94 or on Lindale is still a choice that needs to be made. Using 21st or using West Broadway is a choice that still needs to be made. Building an interchange or building an at-grade intersection in Crystal at Bass Lake Road is still a choice. Number of lanes in Crystal, station location in Robbinsdale, the potential of a park and ride in Robbinsdale. Those are still some of the options that are out there. And so that'll be the work that we take on over the first half of the year so that we can eventually get that. So that's where we are, number 2 right now. And that's so we can eventually get a preferred route in the environmental documentation that we can move forward. Preferred route being what we call lines, lanes, and stations. So in other words, we want to get to a point where we know just where the actual alignment is going to be in its entirety, what the lane configuration of the roadways are, where it's going to be built, and where the stations are going to go. So that's what we're working towards this year. Now, how does that relate to the anti-displacement work? It really is perfect timing now for this group to move along and for us to develop the kind of recommendations and ideas and implementation factors that we want to do parallel to the project, so we can potentially address those and talk about those in the environmental documentation as well. And so that will be part of our ongoing work this year. So this takes us to the schedule. Now, this is a very detailed schedule. There's a lot of stuff on here. There will not be a test of this. But there's a couple things of note that I want to point out. November 2023, which you see here, is our goal for publishing the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. So those things I talked about, lines, lanes, and stations, and those decisions are things we would like to have made as we publish the document. So the year 2023 will be really guiding those pieces. You see there's quite a bit down here. There's quite a bit of FTA review that takes place in an environmental document. So that's really where we want to get in this process. Then what it leads us to do is to put our municipal consent process right after that. We can't have a municipal consent approval on a plan that we don't have developed and put forth and chosen and kind of cleared, at least in a draft phase, through the environmental piece. You'll see a first bullet down here, must publish SDEIS before municipal consent. We have to have a project really to bring forward in order to make that happen and to approve the design. So those two pieces are there. So Kathy's working on kind of how the anti-displacement calendar lays out on here, and you know, see Terrence identified it. We'll talk more about it when we talk about communications today. If we get to a February, March timeframe where we're starting to make recommendations, then we'll start to know what things, because there'll be things that come out of the anti-displacement working group that will be project elements. And if they're project elements, they can be built into the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. That's great. That means those commitments are there. But not everything that the group recommends will necessarily be a direct project element. It'll be parallel to the project. So those don't need to be cleared, but it'll help inform kind of how the project moves forward. Also, the anti-displacement work will help us in 21st versus West Broadway, Lindale versus east of 94, some of the other decisions that we need to make this year as we move forward. So that's really the simple piece. The last thing I want to bring up here is that if we're able to hold all the dates on this schedule, and I can guarantee you they will move around a little bit as life comes to be, but if we can do that, you'll see November 2025 as FTA approving our FFGA. So somewhere in the middle of that 2025 area is when we would hope to start construction on this project. That seems like a long time from now. Time will go fast. Some of us, right, Kim, have been working on this for a few years, and seems like it was just yesterday we started. Well, maybe not, but this it really is. When we mapped it out, this green on here, prepare SDEIS, prepare FEIS, it's a pretty significant environmental process that we have to go through in order to meet the federal requirements here, as we should. And so that's really kind of what's really driving this schedule right now. See, Terrence, I can certainly take any questions if people have them. Otherwise, we'll go back to regular programming.
Yeah, I think right now it's time for questions about the environmental assessment, its relationship with the group, or the timeline, anything that makes sense to.
I'm guessing folks on the online could see the presentation, right? So certainly a question. KB?
When you say east of 94, you're talking about up Washington.
We're now saying east of 94 because it's actually less on Washington than it is kind of behind Washington and along the freeway, but that's what I mean, yeah. Something on that Washington Avenue side.
So that would literally, you have to go across that bridge, right?
We have to build a bridge over 94 under either case, right? If we go to Lindale, we have to build a bridge over 94. If we go to West Broadway, we got to build a bridge over 94. Just would be where it would be, yeah. Great.
Dan, can you just maybe comment on one or two of the biggest things that might push what are the two biggest things that can interfere with that calendar right
Well,
there.
everything, thanks, Kareem. Everything in red on this calendar is a FTA coordination activity. And of course, we're talking about making assumptions on FTA reviews, FTA rules, FTA. So that's a lot of we don't control. There's steps we have to do, but we don't necessarily directly control those elements. So those have pieces. And then the other thing that affects everything on here is just decision-making, ability to make decisions. Do we want to do this? Do we want to do that? Do we want to do this? And so you can't write an environmental document unless you decide what you're going to write it about, right? So the writing, it isn't hard. The deciding what's going in it and what we're writing about are the hardest. So those are really two of the biggest pieces. Kim?
Anything to say on the funding strategy?
Well, the funding strategy for the project? Well, I mean, a couple things. Obviously, the red is all on there because as typical in the Twin Cities Metro, we aren't building light rail projects without the use of federal dollars. So yes, this project is in the federal CIG program now and should continue to be in it. So we're expecting that we'll continue in the CIG program. We're expecting that we will receive federal funding. We're expecting that we will be able to open up, just like we're opening up the environmental, that we're able to open up the project again and uncap our cap from the previous project to allow more federal funding in. Secondly, on the local side, we have sales and use tax and Hennepin County Regional Rail funds that will be the primary source, but we had a recent election, some things changed. There might be the ability, and that's heavy on the might, be the ability to bring in some additional state funds on the project. There might be an ability to change how transit is funded in the region that helps free up county sales and use tax. I can tell you this, the Hennepin County Commissioners and the Met Council members, and of course, most of the cities that are here are committed to finding a way to make this happen, and that includes finding the funding. Because I will say the project will go up in cost significantly from where it was just because of time. I mean, just because of time, we're talking about, this project was estimated at about 1.5 billion. And I mean, we're gonna look at what would that was the previous project, what would that cost in today's dollars is a significant increase, as well as what maybe the changes bring as well. We will have the funding. Ricardo, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. Just curious about the previous route. You say it's a new project, and just wondering, like, are we completely kind of like not erasing, but are we not really gonna touch or talk about like the previously designed stations that will no longer come into fruition in this process? I guess that's just like one question perhaps. And then the other one, just like, I think I heard you say that Kathy's working on including in this official timeline, like the anti-displacement efforts. And I think that will be a great idea. I know that the project team has another timeline that I have seen where they're also including public involvement. So for me personally, I will love to share this timeline with the people that I work with, but I do see how there's some of that public comment like missing and whatnot. So it'll be cool to see those moments. So those are, I guess, my comment and the question about the previously designed stations.
So thanks, Ricardo. Let me answer to your comment first. Kathy and Nikongo have been working on really an outreach strategy primarily for 2023. And then of course we'll have our anti-displacement work for 2023. This schedule in its long length also we're going to break it down into what are the decisions that need to happen in 2023, what is the outreach plan, and how does the anti-displacement work fit into that. So thanks for that comment. That is something that we'll have pulled together very soon. As far as the original route, I mean, I think there's a number of things happening. We're working still with Golden Valley and with Minneapolis and with MnDOT and with Met Council about, you know, especially on Highway 55, what ends up happening and what kind of changes that were maybe going to be implemented and are now not going to be implemented via the LRT project might still happen. While there might not be project dollars that are eligible to make some of those changes because the route has changed, certainly we're looking at other ways for that to happen, as well as, you know, including within this anti-displacement work, addressing topics with regard to the previous route as well. And so some of those policies and practices that come out of this process can be applied in that segment of the corridor as well. Is that kind of getting after your thoughts, Ricardo?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Just narrow down on my- So basically you're saying like, yeah, the mitigation funds available for the new project cannot mitigate the previous route. That kind of makes sense. Right?
Maybe you might need to say it again, because maybe he just
I didn't hear that part.
Can you hear me?
It's a little it's a little muffled from when you were where you were before.
Oh, weird. I haven't moved at all.
Okay.
That's okay. I'll put it on the chat. Thank you then.
Tim.
Dan, the project solicited environmental impact statements back in late October, early November. Can you talk about how, whether whomever submitted play into this process now?
I think, Tim, what you're referring to is, I think, that part of the beginning of the environmental impact statement is to publish in the states environmental EQB, environmental quality board, that we are starting the environmental process and that this is the start of the environmental process and this is the scope. That was published, and that allows for a comment period on that. And we did receive a lot of comments, a bunch of them, and they are now part and parcel of the documentation moving forward. So while the whole process of an environmental impact statement is very regulatory, very, rule-based on federal funding, that's a piece of it. And then there'll be a formal public hearing during it, and there'll be, there's a draft, and then so there are comments that went in with regard to the scope that Tim's referring to. We got a bunch of them. We got them from agencies, we got them from individuals, we got them from all over, and so they are part of the record.
And they're part of the work too, Dan.
And then
We're looking at all those comments and reviewing them for any type of work that might be incorporated within our work from the project perspective.
Is that what you're referring to, Tim? Perfect. Okay.
All right, feel good about it? Anybody have questions?
I didn't see if Ricardo put something in the chat. We can always.
Ricardo, were you able to put your comment in the chat? Just make sure we don't forget what you were saying. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, you feel good. Okay. All right. So next thing that we have in our agenda, where we're going to pour into cultural displacement, which is the biggest focus of our meeting in the first half this morning. So we will have a panel of folks, and one person I don't see here yet, but I think we can kind of jump in. But we have Candy Bacon, who is part of our anti-displacement working group. She'll be a member of this panel. Let's see, where did Shua go? Shua is here as well too from Acer to talk on the panel as well. We have Roxanne O'Brien, who will be coming to speak as well. She'll be joining us by Zoom. And then Kathy Mucciapau, who is the executive director at the Metropolitan Regional Arts Council, who couldn't make it today. She recorded a video it's all just be playing her video. So anyways, awkward wonkiness with this sort of hybrid meeting that we're in today, but we should have a pretty powerhouse conversation as we're jumping into it. Just to sort of frame up the conversation about cultural displacement, as we talked about in this group, there's sort of three aspects of displacement that we want to be focusing on. The first of which, of course, we've talked a lot about, which is housing displacement. A lot of our policies have been focused in that area. Of course, we've been talking about business displacement as well too. But the third, I think, is perhaps maybe the most under-theorized in the context of displacement, right? We sort of focus on housing and business displacement first, but of course, cultural displacement is really important too. Because even if we build housing that sustains folks to stay in these communities, or sort of allow folks to stay in the housing that retains in the community, if sort of the feeling around the community that they're in isn't the same, they still might feel like it's not the place for them to be, right? But I also, want us to think about I think Candy was really good about centering us in the joyful aspects of this project too, right? What is the fun aspects of this project? And I think those are aspects of cultural too. So I think in some ways, we're gonna be talking about cultural displacement. In other ways, we're talking about cultural placemaking. I think something that our communities have a distinct practice in, but there's something to protect in here as well too. So before we jump into small groups, which I want to have, of course, a larger conversation amongst the group where we can really center conversations about policies, programs, and investments that this project could make to ensure that folks aren't culturally displaced from the Blue Line Extension corridor. We've got 4 extraordinary people who I think will help queue up this conversation for us. Each of them brings a wealth of work and body of experience around this. We're lucky to have Candy on our anti-displacement working group, and she's been speaking about this at least for a number of meetings. But Shua, who's an organizer at the African Career and Education Resource Center, or ACER, in Brooklyn Park, but hasn't just been doing this work from her perspective at Brooklyn Park, but has also been doing this work in the Central Corridor. Previously, you work at Ada. I'll let you introduce yourself for real, but at least at Ada and in other places as well too. Kathy Muchiapau, who was at LISC before she was at MRAC, has been doing this work from multiple positionalities, but of course, makes some of the largest investments in arts in the Twin Cities region, particularly to Black, Brown, Indigenous folks, which has been more of the focus of MRAC in the past couple of years. And Candy, who I think has just been doing a variety of different things in your career. I think when we first met, maybe at a board meeting at Heritage Park, and at that time you were building a grocery store, which came to life. Worth Co-op. Well, I should say grocery store, a co-op at Worth Co-op, but has also just been a source of a lot of just experience and culture in the North Side for the whole time that I've been here. So super excited for y'all to be here. And Roxanne O'Brien, who of course, who's just probably the busiest person I've met in my life, who's always doing all different sorts of things, primarily focusing on environmental work, but also cultural work as well too. And so we should have her in just a couple minutes as she's coming in. Just wanted to acknowledge we have Terry Austin coming into the room. Welcome. We've got mics all over here, so folks can hear you online. But I don't know if they can see you. And Christelle Porter, super good to see you as well too, who just joined us in the room today. So with that, we are gonna jump into a panel. I think my thinking is that the folks in the room can start. We'll move to Roxanne to present online, and then I'll play the video for what Kathy Muchiapau presented for us. And then we'll go into sort of a question and answer with our panelists from there. And then we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back and go into small groups. Does that make sense as a good plan going forward? So I'm wondering who wants to go first between you two. Have to flip a coin. Want to join us?
Do I come up there?
Yeah, I figured you'd come up here because we have the mic here. And so hands up for Shua. Shua's here. Yeah. And Roxanne just joined us online. Welcome, Roxanne. I don't know if you're here and you're on camera, if you want to wave to the crowd.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Good to see you. All right, so we're here, we're gonna talk about cultural displacement. We've got a brilliant panel. Each of them will go in for about 10 minutes in their opening remarks, and then we will jump in from there. Hopefully you can hear us in the room, Roxanne, and I think you can, yeah. And then we'll roll from there. 10 minutes. Okay, yeah. You don't have to use all of it, but use as much as you want. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Shua Salas, and I am the Business Development Manager over at ACER, which is African Career Educational Resources out in Brooklyn Park. And we serve the African immigrant communities in the Brooklands, if you're not familiar with our work. I am fairly new still with ACER, but I wear a couple hats. I work in Brooklyn, in the Brooklands, and then I'm also a resident of St. Paul. I'm also a resident of St. Paul, living a few blocks away from the Green Line. So I can talk a little bit about that in terms of being a resident from the Green Line in St. Paul as well too. So I'm a business development manager, so I suppose I'm just gonna talk about small businesses today and what we are seeing out in the Brooklands. Some of the things that we are already hearing from the small micro businesses in Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park is obviously a lot of them are not doing well. That's the real hard truth right now, and they still have not bounced back from the pandemic. They also have not been getting any kind of government assistance, such as programs like the PPP. They've tried to apply for things like that, but then a lot of them have just been turned down, or they just lack access to the resources that they truly need, which is capital. And so those are the problems that we're already seeing now. And so I just can't imagine, say, if the blue line comes through, what will be the impact with what's happening or what's going to happen to these businesses. Because, yeah, and ACER, I mean, we're trying our best to try and help everyone, but then we are limited in terms of how much we can also do. And so, yeah, that is what's happening in the Brooklands. Also, but then, you know, what ACER is doing is the goal of ACER's work is to try and mitigate some of these issues. And some of the things that we are doing is we are helping with technical assistance and helping these businesses to with just doing basic things such as writing a business plan, learning how to bookkeep, because a lot of these BIPOC immigrant-owned businesses don't understand how to do business. They lead with passion, but unfortunately they lack strategy. And so our goal is to try and come in and teach them how to do those things so that they can get their business up and running and or expand, which is what they really want to do, but then they don't have the knowledge and the resources. So we do try our best. And if we can't help them, then we connect them to other organizations that we partner with, such as NDC in St. Paul and or Hennepin County. We work with them for the Elevate program to try and connect them with other things that may be higher level work, such as accounting, because we're not experts in business accounting. So we help them in terms of TA services along things like that. Let's see, other obstacles that we're seeing when it comes to cultural displacement for these businesses is some of these landlords are actually engaging in they're bullying business practices. So just for example, this week alone, there's a small office building right off of Brooklyn Boulevard, and one floor of the whole office building has been asked to vacate by the end of this month. And yeah, a lot of them are pretty upset, and so we have to try and put out these kinds of fires, and even before, you know, the construction of the blue line is going to begin, and we can't imagine what's going to happen. Say if when construction begins and these people are already having these kinds of problems, what are we going to do about it? And essentially, we all know BIPOCs and micro businesses are, you know, they're the backbone of the community, and they live and work in these communities as well too. And it's just something that we really wish that we had more capacity to try and help these businesses with. And then, yeah, I guess I touched a little bit on access to capital, but we are finding that, yeah, again, I talked about a lot of these businesses don't know how to find capital. During the pandemic, we found that many of them were just using up their own savings, borrowing from their family, friends, but they really don't have any other safety net to support them in their businesses, and they really are just living paycheck to paycheck. Some of them during the pandemic, they were asked to pay rent even though they weren't in their office because everyone was asked to work from home. And so those are just some of the problems that they dealt with these landlords who were asking for a lot. That's not even including the riots that came through Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center. Some of these businesses got damaged during that time, and then some of the landlords wouldn't fully help these small businesses to fix the properties to the way that they wanted. And so instead of for one example is I helped a small business owner out in Brooklyn Center, and the landlord promised to fix a bunch of things, but like only 70% of the work got done. And so the 30% of the work, the business owner is still finding ways to try and come up with money to be able to fix the business to the way that they would like it. And so that's kind of how I was trying to help her do. I don't know what else to cover. Yeah.
Well, I think maybe what we're gonna do is we're gonna have all the folks present, and then we'll come back around to questions as a whole present. Unless it's really, yeah.
One question I do have, I live in Brooklyn Park as well, so thank you for your work. When you think about Acer, do you guys cover both businesses in the Brooklyn Center area as well as Brooklyn Park?
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeing more of the small businesses? What effect is going to have with the food, not food income, but the business income that may be going up in Brooklyn Park?
Sorry, say that again. What effect is it going to have?
Yeah, are you guys seeing any movement on the business income that's going on?
Yes, so some of the strategies we are trying to do, and in this case, I think there's us, I'm not sure who's all signed on, but we are trying to help mitigate some of these problems that we foresee coming. And we are starting to have conversations with these small businesses about a shared or the co-op model. The issue with these businesses is that they're renting their space, and obviously they don't have any control over it. And so what we want to do is try to plant the seed and to see if there's any of them who are willing to be leaders and to help lead the effort towards buying a property where they own it, to try and create equity and more wealth within their communities. So far, there's been one group that's like 90% successful. They're gonna sign off on a building soon. And for me, just coming onto Acer, I'm going to try and start group 2. And so we'll see how this works and how it all turns out, but I will need committed partners and organizers and leaders with me on this. Yes.
Just a quick comment. I know that the building in South Minneapolis called Mercado Central is cooperatively owned by women business owners. So maybe asking them how they navigated that process would be helpful.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I learned a lot about successful co-op groups around the nation and here in the Twin Cities. And so, and even in the Hmong community, we have what's called Hmong Village. And so that's out in St. Paul. And from what I know is there's multiple owners as well too. And so this is kind of a co-op model for them too. This co-op model this is what is termed in, I guess, the Western business practice, but this type of business model is just has a different name, even in the African community, and they call it susu. And so, but you're essentially pooling money to come together for a cause, and so, yeah. Yes.
I just want to follow up on Terry's question a little bit. So, is ACER helping to guide folks or potentially utilize the work that the city is doing with LIBA up at Brooklyn, at the Brooklyn Center or Brooklyn Boulevard, West Broadway intersection area where that co-op is coming together? Now we actually saw we were at LIBA on Thursday night and we saw a whole bunch of slides of Jackson George put up a whole bunch of slides of construction, and it's coming along fairly well up there. It's starting to come along. So is that good? Can that help be part of what ACER can help guide people to as well?
So I'm kind of new, so I'm not sure. I've heard of LIBA. I have seen something, and so I don't know exactly if we do have something to do with that project. But that is something that I can.
I'm thinking maybe less. ACER may not be directly related, but can help your members connect. I mean,
sure.
Do that, some of that connection.
Yeah, I mean,
what's going on up there.
Yeah, we're more than happy to be connected to community organizations and partners who are already doing this work, and to
we'll see also several tenants
yes.
From the Brooklyn Boulevard second floor. Now we're also there at LIBA as well. So
yeah, we're more than happy to try and connect with partners out there.
So next up we'll have Candy Bacon and Roxanne.
See, Terrence, there was a question in the chat.
Oh, is there?
Check
Okay.
the chat.
All right. Ricardo asked, do we have any idea how many small businesses BIPOC or immigrant owned are cost burdened due to the rent costs across the corridor? We'll be talking a little bit later. I don't know if you have an answer to that.
I don't. I'll have to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, I will say, so we did some research into businesses, but we'll talk a little bit about that, Ricardo, in the afternoon when we present the quantitative data. If you can hold that question maybe till right about then.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said across the corridor.
Across the corridor, yep. So we'll talk about that a little bit this afternoon, and there's some difficulty because we don't have access to all the data to be able to give us a definitive number, but I think we can sort of get some level of estimation of understanding around that. So next up, we have Candy Bacon, who will be presenting, then Roxanne will go right after that, I think. Okay, Roxanne, are you frozen? Can you see me? Oh no, I can see you, okay. So Roxanne, Candy's gonna go next, and then you, if you wanna come up, I know you want to do introductory remarks, I'll pull up your video.
Okay.
Or do you want me to do the video first?
No.
Okay.
Man, come on, Terrence. It's morning.
It's morning, yeah. Okay. It is ready whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna play it first. Oh, okay.
And then so this morning, I'm grumpy in the morning. I'm not a morning person. Everybody knows I'm not a morning person, so I'm really grumpy in the morning. So I'm candy bacon.
It's almost not morning.
Nah, after 2 in the afternoon is not morning. For me. So yes, I'm candy bacon. Hey, Nicole. And let's see here. So I'm supposed to introduce myself. I'm 3rd generation Minnesotan, so I'm actively passive aggressive, if you haven't noticed that already. I'm brutally honest, but I'm nice about it, Minnesotan. And let's see, this is the most interesting thing, is people never know where I actually work, who actually pays money, because I always volunteer at different places. So my background is early child development, so I like to play. And I always like to have fun playing, because you learn through play. So that's what I like. That's what I always bring. People are like, what? Yes, I have bubbles in my car. I have all kinds of fun stuff so that I can let adults play and I can let kids play and we can learn and grow together. That's what I like to do. Even through difficult situations, we can learn to play, laugh, have fun, and learn. So let's see. Okay, so I grew up in South Minneapolis and I went to North. So I moved North after I was an adult. And my cousin says that I'm a squatter because, you know, North and South has this history. And I don't go to St. Paul, so I'm a Minneapolis person. I rarely go to St. Paul because I get lost. I know 2 streets, University and I think Marshall, and I have to map quest it. But so I came north for the amenities of the apartment. So I moved to Heritage Park and I had to wait for my building to be built. So I was like the first person who moved in and I'm still there. But when I moved to North Minneapolis, I had this goal where I wanted my children to grow up like I did in South Minneapolis. I wanted them to be loved by caring adults, have safe access, be able to ride their bikes, be able to walk around, so I got involved. And I believe I achieved that because now my children are grown. And they do have that, I have that Minnesota sense of, I wanna say, what is it? Feeling safe. Because one time I was coming from Heritage Park, the community room at 2 in the morning, and I walked and I scared this guy because I said hi to him. He literally screamed like, ah! I was like, ooh, I don't know what's going on there, but you're gonna be okay, honey. Yeah, I'm a light person, I walk around. I like that. But one of the things that really shaped my life besides my parents was when I worked for the YWCA Children's Center for over 6-7 years. And it was, with the Y, it was always about cultural competency, cultural justice. It really gave a sense where you had to dig deep in just noticing things, because so much stuff I just didn't notice because I was in it already. So I didn't know or notice some of the things until I had to go back and think about them. And I think some of this work that we're doing will have long-term effects in the future. Because I think one of the funniest things is I'm car dependent. I'm a pretty princess. My car breaks down, I'm calling people to borrow their cars. I didn't know other people didn't do that. I will borrow your car, fill it up with gas, and give it back to you. And because when I was a young mother, I rode a bus, or I thought I was gonna ride a bus. And the man said, take the baby out the stroller, crush the stroller, carry the baby and the diaper bag in your purse. And I said, not no more. And that's the time I started taking cabs to work. My mom thought I hit the lottery, but I was like, nope, I'm just not getting on the bus no more. And so for me, being a car dependent person, how are you guys gonna get me on this beautiful train you're building? Right? Because I make my kids take the bus. So they're used to taking the bus, so they would love the train. But how am I gonna get on the train? How are people like me gonna get on the train when I ride the bus for free? That's the only time I get on the bus, when it's free. St. Patrick's Day, State Fair, right? Parades downtown, bus is free. So it's like, how do we bring the fun into making sure that you want me on the bus, even that I'm old, because my kids already told me they're gonna send me to a home, because I drive them crazy anyways. Cue up the video.
What do you say?
Video. I don't know, see, morning and bossiness, this is me. Besides, T. Terrence is so sweet.
But he's really not being very good at anticipating your needs.
I could do better about that. I just want to make sure the folks online can hear the sounds.
She's teaching you.
Oh, sorry. What is it doing?
Echoing.
Sorry, y'all.
Right?
Sorry, it's gonna take me a minute, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'll keep talking. So I currently work for MICA, which is Metropolitan Interfaith Council on Affordable Housing. I'm the Blue Line Outreach Organizer, and now I just have been promoted to the Minneapolis chapter that I get to start organizing. And so, congratulations. Thank you. This is a new position for me. And I'm learning and advocating for people. And one of the biggest things that I noticed is that there is a community within the unhoused population. And we have to make sure that when we do house the unhoused population, that it's something they want, that it's something that they need, that they can afford, that they have pride in accessing. Because even though some people are unhoused, they don't want to just live anywhere.
Yeah.
So that's my focus.
What on earth?
I guess because your laptop is close to the microphone.
Yeah, you get a feedback from that.
I'm sorry, y'all.
We're gonna figure something out.
I'm gonna go outside.
So as we're waiting for the video, any guys got any questions? I think he got it.
All the bad stuff that do happen here, we still have some great people that come out of these places. We call it the ghetto, the trenches, the hood, whatever you want to call it, that aspire to chase their dreams and be something and actually put a staple in the city.
We're still growing and still learning how to support our own people and how we want our community to look.
These are people who sometimes have to face being underrepresented in their community and feeling like they don't always have a say because they're renters and they don't own property. And we make sure that their voices are heard, that they're considered in the policy-making process, a part of their community.
Lo que me gusta más de mi comunidad es que es una comunidad multicultural.
The people that I see around me are people who look like me and make me feel included in the community.
Somos un grupo que trabaja duro, damos todo lo que tenemos de nuestras personas.
Se llama la línea azul. No sé si han escuchado de este proyecto de tren.
Creo que somos una parte muy esencial que envuelve a todas las comunidades de diferentes culturas.
We enjoy being able to work with people in our community, with political representatives, and connect them to community members in order to work together to better our community and make sure everyone has a voice in it.
This is our community, we're gonna stay here, and we need to be prepared for whatever's coming our way.
Thank you. So as we move forward in this discussion, think about the people. Think about who we're representing. Think about making sure that they have access, that we do it in a way that makes us happy also, and that people get the amenities that they need in order to move forward. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm probably the worst millennial. I'm just not very technologically inclined. Next up, we have a good friend of mine. We just hung out last night. We were hanging out last night on another panel. Roxanne O'Brien, who, like I said, is one of the busiest people that I know in the world. I don't know how she has time for everything that she's doing, but also a strong voice about cultural displacement as well as environmental justice and those aspects of things. And so let's welcome Roxanne O'Brien into the room.
Thanks, y'all. Well, I'm here because, I mean, my community is really going through a lot of gentrification issues and policies that are impacting us right now. So like, I think it's important that we always speak about these issues as much as possible. You know, I am tired. It is Saturday. I do have other things that I'd like to do, but I think that, you know, if I can try to support the conversation or the movement around it, I will. And I didn't really know exactly what the audience would be like today, but I wanted to talk about more personally what I think has helped to come up with more solutions around these issues. And I'm gonna tell you just some of the things that I've noticed as a community organizer. So when I saw the question, what do we need to be considering when thinking about cultural displacement? I thought about things like investing in Minneapolis cooperatives for places like Northside and Southside, but I noticed that Northside doesn't have any housing cooperatives. And I also noticed that policies like Section 8 home ownership. I used to be on Section 8 in Minneapolis, and there's a policy in other cities where people can use their Section 8 voucher and also purchase a home. And that's not available to Minneapolis. So I'm noticing a lot of supports or policies that are in other places are kind of restricted in the areas of Minneapolis, especially North Side. We're always trying to think of some diplomatic policy to do the right thing. And, you know, I think if you're a white person who owns land or you have power, access to rooms that talk about land, ownerships or zonings, one, if you own land, you really should look at how you can give that land up to Indigenous people, to Black people who have been displaced. Really start to wrestle with yourself and other people in your social networks about giving land back. That should not just be an opening in meetings. That needs to be a real thought through, intentional process with people. Because if the land was stolen, which it was, it's not yours. It was acquired illegally. So again, if you also work in governments, you know, I see some folks in the room who are going to be working on zoning soon, and I would just I would just say, if you have this power or this privilege, you know, a way that you can just do the right thing is just by doing it, not creating some policy for it. Make sure that this land is going to people who actually really need it. And then I wanted to say cultural displacement. I mean, it's political. I think people should be involved politically in electoral politics. Politics as local, you should definitely participate in the local politics scene happening around, not just at the state level or the national level. You have to stay involved politically. That's the fight for our resources. So a woman the other day asked me like what to do or who to contact about no internet access in a rural area. But then she turned around and said, I don't do politics. Like, I don't like politics. And I was like, you know, and politics really likes you though, because you don't like it. You know what I mean? Because if you don't participate, then how are you going to actually advance the things or your values out here in society? I do EJ work. Some of you may know me. I worked on the issue of Northern Metals. I still pay attention to the land that Northern Metals was on. Northern Metals was a metal shredder in our community that was not just lying about its emissions, but it was really causing harmful chemicals more than other industries. It was causing like mercury and lead and chromium and all these things to come out into the air. And also, obviously, what goes in the air goes in the soil, goes in the water. So it was creating all of these harmful toxins in our communities. But because it was making millions and millions and millions of dollars, they had a lot of power to stay in the community, as well as other industries along the industrial corridor or the river corridor. But paying attention to things like that, like those things create like blighted communities. Those, even though that has been around for years and generations, the reasons why it stays there is because of racist policies. And so I wanted to just say, you know, it seems like for the first time in history, it looks like the city of Minneapolis is going to be changing the zoning, which I don't think has been really changed since 1920s. I could be wrong there, but you probably didn't hear about that, or I don't know if you did or not, but it's coming up within the next month or two. And so communities like mine, we have like a month to get together and organize people to come make public testimony for something that is historical. And this is usually how policies are passed or changes are made. They're made in rooms where we're with people who don't look like us. And they're passing things without the public's awareness. Sometimes it's for good, but other times it's really not, like, because if people don't know what's going on, they have no chance to even be able to come up with solutions or to be able to offer anything that actually would be implemented in the new policy. So something to pay attention to, that zoning, which contributes to a lot of land decisions in Minneapolis, will be happening within the next month or so. And so we have to be kind of playing offense at the same time when we're creating policies. Yes, buying things are important because we live in this capitalistic society, which says if you don't own anything, then you're not worth anything, pretty much. You don't own anything, you don't have a say, which is the message that goes around. And it's quite disturbing that some of even my own people have started to say this, saying as if it's okay, as if Western standards of ownership is okay. But yeah, I mean, because there's other ways of ownership. There's cooperative ownership, anything that has like a member base where people can share, you know, this way of ownership is not normally, like, people of color don't work in that way. We're used to like sharing, you know, poor people share all the time. We actually give more money than anybody all over the world when it comes to philanthropy, shockingly. But I think those ways of ownership are, it's a safer way of people being able to protect each other and to hold each other accountable. You know, when 1 and 2 people are controlling things like, or 3 people in a room are controlling things like zoning, that's a problem. So yeah, something to pay attention to. As an organizer, I do have to pay attention to these things that nobody wants to deal with, these hard things that, you know, it takes a lot of energy out of you to fight a system that is old, you know, older than us. But, you know, I think that it's important to like do the work that people don't want to do. I mean, it seems more fun to like maybe purchase housing and flip houses and, you know, build wealth that way. But it's the same system that crashed, you know, and it's going to happen again. I think we keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. And we know that this system, it doesn't benefit people. It's harming people. And so we have to start to change the ways that we operate in our minds, as well as, you know, with our economic values. I hear a lot of people talk about economics this, economics that, but economics is based on the ecosystem. So if we're not taking care of that, I mean, how much economics do we really know about? I wanted to bring up, when I say pay attention to things, I mean, pay attention to entities like the park board, who owns the majority of land in Minnesota. Pay attention to the fact that their the Park Board Foundation, so an entirely different organization, gives money to the park board, but who sits on the Park Board Foundation? A lot of developers, a lot of real estate people connected to banks. I mean, these are the things I'm paying attention to. I used to work with NCRC, it's National Community Reinvestment Coalition. So we had a North Side chapter where we door knocked and triaged with families who were going through foreclosure. And we fought banks and held them accountable, you know what I'm saying, to like people like Rose McGee's house. We passed the homeowners Bill of Rights at the state level, the responsible banking ordinance at the city level. These are ordinances and bills that have been passed to support, but like, is the city using the responsible banking ordinance? Are they implementing that? Like, who's watching that? Who's using that? And I want to bring it back to the park board. I work for Parks and Power. I also have been doing some work for McAllister, and I also still continue to do work for CMEJ around environmental justice. But what I've been learning thus far about the park board, I have many concerns that their policies are continuing to be racist. I mean, the city of Minneapolis also continues to make policies that are racist. Matter of fact, there was an ordinance passed from the city of Minneapolis City Council that gave the Minneapolis Park Board permission to go cut people's trees down that are impacted by the emerald ash disease. I don't know if you all have heard about this. Someone might have came to your house or your family's house and said, yo, you got a diseased tree and you got 2 weeks to do something about it, or we're going to cut it down with one of our contractors and we're going to put it on your property taxes and put a lien on your home. And what I've discovered with other folks is that the majority of these homes that they're saying have diseased trees are Black single family homeowners. We already have a lower rate of home ownership since the 1960s, or I think maybe even the 1950s. So we had a higher home ownership rate then than we do now. So after the tornado, after the foreclosure crisis, and here we are with a policy that the Minneapolis City Council passed, giving permission to the park board, and they're charging people. Just specifically, my mother, a week after she bought her house, was told about this diseased tree, and she has a $7,000 tab for it. She's 72 years old. She's a Black woman who already lost her home to the malpractices of places like Wells Fargo. And now she's 72, having to deal with the tree a week after she bought her home. And if something is put on your property taxes and liens put on your home, these are ways that people can lose their homes. And if this is happening to apartments, which it is, with poor people or Black folks or Hmong people, like, people are still going to be impacted if they have an absent landlord, or, you know, a landlord who hasn't been able to keep the property up to compliance with the tree. And we noticed that there's like some notices on people's doors, you know, we're trying, there's folks with me who are trying to figure out, you know, where are all these folks who supposedly on a map have these trees. But the list we've been given, these folks already had their trees removed. So there's like, you know, and they've already, the park board, I guess, paid it up front $2 million to do this. And then they had to get, you know, a vote from their own board that allowed them to bring this back to the property owners, so that now we can bill the property owners for this. Anyway, it's a situation that I'm just learning about. Other folks are kind of, you know, the red flags are going up, but that's not the scary part is that's not the only policy within the park board that has some concerns. I would push some of you to go look up the Elwell law and do research on that. You might not find much of it online, but I would definitely do your research if you have any supports within college, you know, or archives at the park board, because that's what we're looking into. We're looking into things like the Elwell law, which it talked about how parks being put in communities made the property values go up. And in some instances, some communities couldn't afford it. So they fought against these parks. But again, there's been talk about how these policies are contributing to racial inequities with the park board. And yet the park board still continues to do business as usual. So some of those are some of the things I've been seeing lately. And that as an organizer, I try to keep an eye on. I also build relational power with people. Like, I don't know the answer to solve all these racist practices. I do know that it's going to take research, you know, word of mouth, people sharing information, people building relational power, building relationships with people, and also having the courage to actually speak up and do something different. I put myself on the line a lot, you know, against all odds. And honestly, sometimes it saves hundreds of thousands of people's lives. Like, you know, and you never know what that one moment of you speaking up is going to do. So I would just say, when we're thinking about, you know, cultural displacement, you know, I think about political displacement as well. And so it's very important for people to get politically involved at every level: state, county, school board. I mean, I hate school, but school board, park board, you know, philanthropy, pay attention. Hope that wasn't too.
Thank you, Roxanne. So I have one more video from Kathy Muccia-Pau to talk about cultural displacement. Then we're going to take a quick break before we jump into small groups from there. So let me see if I can. I might have to go outside because of this wonky. Let me do that real quick. Share this.
As long as you're not right next to the microphone.
Okay, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Powell, and I'm the Executive Director at the Metropolitan Regional Arts Council. But I come to you today as an advocate for the arts, culture, and community. I've been asked to share some thoughts on cultural displacement and to share some ideas on policies, programs, and investments that could be important in the prevention of cultural displacement. I'm so happy you're talking about this issue because even though the culture of a place is why people feel a sense of belonging, identity, and attachment, it's usually left out of these conversations. In my opinion, culture is what makes a place a community. And you can't talk about culture without art. So my first, what I first want to advocate about is that art and artists need to be a part of the plan. In fact, they need to be a part of making the plan. I am Hmong American, and it's an interesting fact, there's no Hmong word for art. So for someone who's dedicated their entire lives, I have dedicated my life to the arts. And what that's looked like for me is that I've had to move from understanding art as just entertainment or that extra thing that you do if you can, to really understanding art as an expression of culture and culture as an expression of people and places, which makes art absolutely integral. I also want to acknowledge that this is a very complex and nuanced topic that just can't be covered in one short video. But I want to share two specific programs that I was a part of during the construction and development of the Green Line in St. Paul and Minneapolis, as a starting point or whatever point you are at in this conversation, but as additional ideas for you to consider. Now, I think it's important to keep in mind that every community is different, so actual execution should focus on the needs and wants of the local community. But I think that in general, the principles and these ideas can be helpful. Key to both programs were 1, artists. Artists were key. 2, partnerships and collaborations, and 3, centering the existing communities. So the first program I want to talk about is Irrigate. This one was made possible through a partnership between Springboard for the Arts, which is a nonprofit organization, the City of St. Paul, and Twin Cities LISC, the Local Initiative Support Corporation. This is already an unusual partnership, but I think it's necessary to have unusual partnerships when addressing complex issues. So at the heart of this initiative, at the heart of Irrigate, was really valuing artists as creative problem solvers. And the problem at hand was that businesses and residents would be negatively impacted by the disruption of construction. So usually what happens is that streets shut down, traffic amps up, and everyone tries to avoid the area. So instead of this narrative, Irrigate empowered artists and resourced artists that primarily lived or worked or had some significant connection with the neighborhood to come up with ideas that would change that narrative. They were charged to come up with projects that brought people to the businesses when they were expecting to lose customers. As a result, hundreds of artists built relationships with businesses, brought thousands of people to those businesses during construction, a time when nobody wants to be in that place. So there are really cool and informative reports about how Irrigate was really a program that brought narrative change, that was really about building social capital and increasing small business visibility and prosperity. Those those reports are out there, so I would really encourage you to look them up. The second program I want to talk about, which was actually around the same time, was the creative placemaking program that I was a part of at Twin Cities LISC. And so I had the honor of developing and working on this program. And the idea was to partner with different organizations along the Green Line that were working with their communities. But we really wanted to foster a cultural corridor that really highlighted the local diversity, that brought communities closer together and boosted neighborhood economies, right? So it was really about who's already there. How do we really kind of highlight the local culture and, you know, ensure that businesses are still thriving, that people aren't being priced out of their homes, all of those things. So with this program, I worked with 7 different non-arts organizations. They were business associations, neighborhood associations, and CDCs that were working with communities along the Green Line to develop cultural districts, right? And the idea was that they were working with businesses, housing developers, all those things, and really focusing on a specific geography. They weren't talking about cultural displacement explicitly, but the whole cultural district idea was about saying, hey, this place has become home to these cultural communities. We live here, we have businesses here, we belong here, and we want to stay here. So, you know, the primary purpose was to ensure that local communities would benefit from the development in their neighborhoods. But the arts weren't included in their strategy. So even if businesses were thriving and there was affordable housing available, there was a missing component regarding the loss of identity and belonging because key cultural aspects of the neighborhood could or would disappear. So we worked with artists, meaning that artists were hired as staff, which was a big commitment on organizations, and or artists were contracted for projects and commissions, but most importantly, they were included as important voices, as creative problem solvers, as strategists to the anti-displacement work in the neighborhoods. Now, I don't want to pretend that arts alone is the answer, because nothing alone is the answer. Again, partnerships and collaborations are key to this. But I want to close with the strong encouragement to include the arts, because it's such an important part of building in the resilience that is necessary when trying to prevent cultural displacement. I wish I was there to continue this conversation, but I hope that I'm going to be able to leave you with some new ideas, or I also just want to offer myself as a resource if anybody is interested in talking about these things in more detail. C. Terrence has my contact information. So best of luck with your conversation today, everyone. Bye.
All right, so I just want to, big thanks, Shua, Candy, Roxanne, and Kathy, who's not here. Hopefully she watches the recording back. She probably won't, but just in case she does, thank you, Kathy. I just want to leave, in case folks had any questions for any of the panelists to sort of either refine some of the remarks that they have, any questions. Otherwise, we will take a break and come back and check out chat. Check out chat. Thank you. Thank you, Roxanne. So any questions at the table? All right, well, I guess just one more celebration for the folks who are on the panel. Really appreciate your comments. Let's take a...
Coco has her hand up.
Oh, Coco's got her hand up? I think she's clapping. She's clapping for you, yeah. And so it's Nicole. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll jump into small group time. Thanks. For the folks online, can y'all hear us okay? Is the audio good? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Roxanne. Thanks for being here. We'll follow up, okay?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't know what that was. That was great. No. All right, folks online, we're gonna get started here in just a minute. If folks are online are back, can you just use one of the emojis or something like that, just to make sure that we know that you're back. Tom is here. Good to have you, Tom. If folks are online, can you just use an emoji just so that we know that you're back? Or yeah, show your face on camera like John. Cool. Where's the camera? Oh,
Can we
no.
share the presentation?
Yes, I can do that.
You got a lot of, it's a lot of.
All right, y'all. So we want to continue our discussion on cultural displacement. The most important thing, of course, is the conversation between each of y'all. So what we're going to do, Lee, everybody knows Lee, right? Lee, who's here, and prepared a short presentation to help sort of take what we heard on our panels and sort of like point them into like specific policy or investment directions that really is like central. Like what would be a recommendation that this group might have around cultural displacement? So she did some good research around that, sort of a literature review, I guess, of sorts, around that. So I'll help sort of frame that conversation, and then we'll split into small groups from there. The folks who are online, y'all will be one small group. So Lee, Allison, and Ned will go upstairs in Kira, and they'll sort of have a conversation there. And then for the folks who are in the room, will be the second small group. And so myself, Malik, and Margaret will help guide the conversation from there too. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Lee. I'm gonna cast her presentation in just a second, and then we'll roll from there. Does that sound good? All right. Great.
Okay, thanks. Hi everyone. So I know hi Malik, at the last meeting there was a research need identified, like to examine strategies that have been implemented in other cities that may be experiencing displacement pressure due to infrastructure projects and other forces. So this is a very broad and informal research look at some efforts coming out of San Francisco's Mission neighborhood. So the Mission is a different community, obviously, with different needs, and gentrification and displacement look different from city to city, and then even within cities between neighborhoods, it can look different. But this is just a look at how this neighborhood has organized around and responded to cultural displacement. So there may be value, I think, in thinking about how some of these strategies may or may not work here, or what aspects of these strategies already exist here and can be retrofitted to this specific project and this work. So the practices I'll present on work to kind of embed arts and cultural infrastructure into an already very creative community to keep the place from disappearing culturally. And I thought it would also be interesting to look at efforts that are not owned or reliant on government agencies. So I think that's the focus of these. So, oops, let me scroll. Okay. Sorry for the really small text. I know it's terrible presentation etiquette. I'm going to read it. So, so also I can send this presentation out after. I know this is very hard to read. So just a little background on the Mission. It's San Francisco's oldest neighborhood. Okay, and it's historically home to a large Latinx population. It's in San Francisco, so it's faced a huge amount of change since the 1970s. They opened 2 BART transit stations. They've experienced 2 different tech booms, and then all the displacement in between those, and then the Great Recession. So for many years, the Mission has been a battleground for protests over evictions, tech shuttles. I don't know if anyone's heard of the Google buses that basically bus white techies into existing like lower income neighborhoods in San Francisco, and cost of living has gone up. So Mission's longtime residents are struggling to make businesses work, struggling to keep a foothold in their homes, and coping with kind of this unprecedented influx of wealth. So a survey done in 2015 of 600 artists found that 70% of respondents had been or were being displaced from their workplace or home. And then 30% who were not displaced, most of them expressed fear that this could happen in the future. So there's like a long history of organizing here. In 1999, organizers founded Calle 24, which is a grassroots volunteer-run group that protects the diverse array of folks in the corridor. And then in 2004, the city made this an official cultural district. And they're currently working to extend the boundaries of this cultural district, like as displacement has evolved, to kind of extend similar protections to culturally relevant businesses. And then in 2015, like a broad coalition of folks, tenants' rights activists, labor organizers, youth empowerment groups, and others formed a coalition called United to Save the Mission. Together, they're kind of seeking to protect and enhance the existing neighborhood, the lives of low to moderate income residents, their historic Latinx culture, artists and art spaces, and then community serving businesses, nonprofits, and blue collar jobs and industry spaces. So they've come together to create and implement strategies to prevent residential, commercial, and cultural displacement under long-standing and very strong forces of gentrification. So just scrolling to, could you scroll to the next slide? So just an overview of some of the strategies I'll briefly dig into. So that have been successful, I think, in the mission are access to non-displacement capital. So capital that's more local and kind of out of the hands of banks and non-local banks especially. And then incorporating cultural placekeeping strategies into community benefits agreements for new developments. And then also memorandums of understanding, which I'll give an overview of as well. Again, a lot of text, very sorry. So access to local non-displacement capital. So what they were finding was that many local business owners could not obtain financing from traditional lenders. So it became hard to kind of create an asset and build generational wealth and power. So when businesses are facing displacement, they kind of weren't able to make the necessary changes, capital changes to adapt to changes in the neighborhood. So the folks I had previously outlined created a community loan fund in 2015, and in 2017 it was turned into a CDFI, which is a community development financial institution. And since its inception, it's given out around like $2.5 million of loans in 85 separate loans. So they found that by aggregating capital in this way, decisions around financing were being made closer to the ground and at the neighborhood level instead of by banks and like non-local investors. So that meant that small business owners had access to flexible, low-cost financing and then tailored business support that met their specific needs. It also ensured that like undocumented community members and business owners were not discriminated against in lending decisions. And then while this started as kind of like a business support, the CDFI was able to develop real estate loan products that respond to like a very urgent need for rapid acquisition financing, so which allowed organizations to be competitive in purchasing the land and buildings that house like the neighborhood's artists and local serving nonprofits. Next slide, please. So this one is interesting. So the Mission District has adopted memorandums of understanding which help incoming businesses provide local jobs, bilingual, like this is an example, bilingual menu and signage at restaurants, low-cost items and services that meet the needs of existing residents. So they operate like outside of government bounds. So they're entirely in this context volunteer and neighborhood driven. And much of what they do comes down to like educating new businesses coming into the community and then securing commitments from new businesses to kind of operate in good faith and to meet the needs of community as best they can. So they do take the form of signed documents. And there have been at least a dozen memorandums of understanding signed by businesses coming into the mission, and at least a dozen more with other forms of codified agreements. So the rationale here is that, like, while some businesses obviously challenge these sorts of documents that are formed by community coalitions, the community has found that the businesses that serve like a wider array of clients tend to be the ones that last longer. And then a community that uses and appreciates a business will fight for its survival. So I think they saw in the mission that a lot of these new businesses coming in were very expensive. They didn't cater to working class folks, and then they ended up going out of business. So the process has, I think, been time consuming for volunteers. So each document that is signed by both parties, they take, I think they reported around 20 to 60 volunteer hours to create. And then they kind of focus heavily, as I said, on ensuring that new businesses come into the community with care and meet existing needs as best they can. So a volunteer said it helps a business for the long term to integrate and to become part of the community in a number of ways. The art, who they hire and from where, the language their menus are in, they all make a difference. So that was a strategy that's proven to be successful. And someone said that they can kind of tell too, walking down certain streets, which businesses have signed MOUs and have been willing to work with community and ones that haven't. Next slide. This is the last slide. So this kind of functions differently. So a memorandum of understanding, I guess, and how it presents in the mission is for new businesses coming into developments that are in theory already formed. So a business goes out, a new one comes in, they, in theory and ideally, sign this MOU and commit to certain things with community. A community benefits agreement, in theory, kind of would be in place before development, or when a developer is looking for support from a community to get something built. So a CBA, and I know we've talked about this before, but is a contract between the developer and community members who have formed a coalition or group that is kind of meaningfully negotiated by both developer and the coalition. So it contains specific community benefits commitments that will be delivered if the project moves forward. So it focuses on commitments that benefit the community more broadly, rather than just the organizations that negotiated the CBA. Sorry, this is getting a little blurry, but I think the rationale behind forming a coalition is to seek, to seek benefits is if the project as envisioned does not benefit the community or will negatively impact the community. So it also allows parties to incorporate new ideas and provisions outside of the typical development deal between a developer and the local government. So examples of CBAs, and these have also occurred in the mission and have been kind of a strategy utilized for new developments, are agreements to commission art projects by local artists, a commitment to a certain level of wages in commercial in commercial spaces of the development, a right to organize commitment, community facilities such as business incubators, art centers, and then activated public space and parks. And then, development agreements, which are separate and occur between the city and a developer, are often mislabeled as CBAs to check a box, even though residents will not be able to enforce the document and may not have participated in its negotiation. So in theory, a community benefit agreement would not maybe even have to involve government. So it is like a space, and sometimes they do if there's negotiation involved, and for other reasons. But I think they have, all these strategies kind of have the opportunity to exist like outside government space and really be informed and implemented by community. So that was just a brief look at some strategies taking place in another area that has experienced like strong forces of displacement and 2 big infrastructure projects and tech booms. And probably there's the opportunity for maybe none of these work as they are implemented in the mission here, but maybe there's aspects of these strategies that might be successful here that can be retrofitted to the specific needs of community here and the specific needs of the project. Thanks.
So now we're gonna transition into small groups. It really doesn't mean that y'all have to go anywhere. Some folks are gonna, for the folks who are online, Lee, Allison, and Ned will join you in just a minute to sort of facilitate some questions for y'all. And then Malik, Margaret, and I will facilitate this room sort of jumping in from this conversation. So I'll let Lee and Allison go upstairs. Y'all going upstairs, yeah? And then I think there's a way, can we not be able to hear what they're talking about on Zoom in this room? Okay, that sounds good. All right, so let's do that. Okay.
Okay, did we take a break or did we leave?
I think we're supposed to be in small groups,
Yep.
but we're waiting on a couple of group facilitators.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll be, they're going to a different room.
Okay.
And then we're going to stay on the Zoom call. And basically those of us on the Zoom call will be a group. And then the people that are there in person will be separate groups.
Okay, cool. Hey, Justice, just want to say hi if you're on here.
Did you say Justice?
Yes, I did.
Hello.
Hey.
I am here. Hi, how are you?
That feels good. I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Are we in our small groups now or?
No. So go ahead and like chill, I guess, until whenever. I don't think I'm even supposed to be on here anymore.
We love having you though.
I know, like, thank you. I miss you. Is everyone
Miss you
else
too.
from the team on here? Or
Yeah, I think we're waiting on the facilitators.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I meant specifically, that sounds like I was rushing y'all. No, I meant Tactical, who I used to work with.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
So apprentices will be joining us in the schedule or agenda that we got. We were presenting at 2, so apprentices will be joining us around that time.
Oh, okay. You just coming to, you been here the whole time? I didn't see your
Yes.
name. Oh, okay.
Just very quiet and very.
I feel you. I feel you. Do that. I feel like I wanted to see what the conversation was gonna be about, but I also feel like I need to go. But I wanted to just say hi. I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna head out. But
okay,
it's nice to see you on my
yes,
virtual.
very great to see you.
Yes. All right. Take care. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Hi, folks who are online. Can you, okay, you can hear me. Sorry, we just had to move upstairs so that we could have some quieter space to talk, and we're just trying to set up our conference room situation. But if we're not able to do that, then we can do it. Just I can share or Ned, would you be able to share with me the questions, and then I can share my screen? Thanks for folks. Okay. Sorry. Technical difficulties of a hybrid meeting. But I'm about to share the discussion questions, and then we can start digging into those. 1 second. Okay. Open. Share screen. So should we just do it from my computer?
I think so, yeah, because I can.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. I'll move closer to everybody.
And if you want to like share that one with everyone.
Yeah.
Then they can just follow along.
Okay.
I can take notes.
Yeah, that seems great. Okay, so 1 second. Sorry, y'all.
No worries.
Can you see the screen? Okay, great. So the first question is, what are the things, or yeah, so we'll be taking live notes. So, okay, what are the things that we need to hold when thinking about cultural displacement? And then what do we even mean when we say cultural displacement?
Well, one thing that I think I got out of the speakers is that, you know, that cultural displacement is not necessarily going to be like as visible in the immediate and in the built environment. And that it's also like multi-layered, and that the tools that create that displacement are also what do I want to say? You know, are going to be hidden in a lot of different systems and structures. And so to me, it seems like, well, maybe I'm skipping ahead. So I'll just stop there actually.
What comes to mind for me right away? Yeah, like Coco said, culture seems to be a non-very tangible thing, but for me, it will be important that we do a good job at describing what do we mean when we say culture. And for me, culture is people. I know that we think a lot about art, that makes sense, but without our communities, like there is no culture, and the culture is already out there. It's not that we're creating culture, it's like we're preserving people, and those people make culture what it is, you know? So that, I mean, for me, that will hopefully help us be very specific about how do we preserve culture. Because if we say we want to preserve culture, maybe that's hard. But if we say we want to preserve people or tenants, to me, it becomes easier. So anyways, that's just like an initial thought. And I know that culture, obviously, it's more than just people. But for me, for the purposes of this, I think it will be important to be referring to people, I guess. So anyways.
Yeah, I think for me, it's really comes down to like kind of just like a sense of alienation, like from your own home. To some extent, like I experienced that growing up where, you know, I grew up in a, you know, primarily working class, blue collar neighborhood. And then there was an influx of like extremely wealthy folks that came in. They would buy up 2 houses, like 2 small little shacks, knock it down and build like a McMansion on it. And then the experience of having those folks as neighbors that would then come down my street and look at me and like my family as like the eyesore, or like, what are you still doing here? Or, like that, to me, it feels like, that cultural displacement where it's like we were able to afford to still live there, but it didn't feel the same anymore. Like, it felt like we were treated as the outsiders, even though, we had been there before these newcomers. And that I think is more like, I don't know, I mean, in terms of culture, it's like, it's really more about class, like, and like that dynamic. But yeah, I feel like it's just that sense of like, okay, this was my home, but it doesn't feel like my home anymore.
I guess in our experience in Crystal has been the cultural displacement that seems to be occurring is actually displacement of sort of the traditional predominantly white working class community that was Crystal was 50 years ago by new people of all experiences, not just racial and ethnic diversity and backgrounds, but economic experiences, life experiences, everything. And so we hear these complaints about, well, why isn't this business here anymore? Well, it kind of going back to what Ricardo said, it's reflective of the people. And the same is true for cultural institutions and organizations. And I think that to some extent, as culture reflects the community, to me, the concern about cultural displacement would be, we need to focus on the people. And how those changes might occur going forward with the blue line. But right now, cultural displacement is happening, and I'm not sure it's right or wrong. It just is. It's a reflection of how the community is changing. And some of that is, I mean, not just inevitable, but I think it's okay. I mean, if the community is becoming more diverse, then the businesses and the institutions should become more diverse and different from the way they were in, say, 1970. And I guess my concern would be, what does the blue line do to that natural dynamic that's happening already as our community changes?
That's an interesting perspective too, because I think oftentimes when we're talking, and I have carried this thing about cultural displacement, we're thinking about, non-white communities and the traditional gentrification being moved out. And in some cases, like where actually you're seeing cultural displacement, where you have white communities feeling like they're being displaced, is perhaps a strength, a sense of mingling. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. One of the things understanding what we mean by cultural displacement is going to be really important. And also thinking about areas like North Minneapolis and Broadway, one of the elements of it is a constantly changing. There's a lot of transient folks moving around. There's a lot of rental. And so in some cases, that part of Minneapolis has been where people without resources have landed to gain foothold and then to move on. And that element is important in some of the aspects of what North Minneapolis is. It's a place where it's affordable to live, or has been. And how do you retain that? And how do you retain this mixture of different communities that have come together over the years in North Minneapolis? So you have what was once a traditional Jewish community, then African-American community, Hmong community, Latino community, and that churn in itself is part of the cultural flavor of the community. The challenge is, how do you make sure you don't just lock it into one, or just that you allow that churn is actually a value to the community? And I don't know how you balance that.
I would like to perhaps gently, I don't know if pushback is the right word, but on the notion that our community's experiences it's organic, like that is, I personally believe, completely incorrect. Like in my point of view, our community's experiences, and we're thinking about North Minneapolis, like it's a result of decades of racist policies, right? Like redlining, etc. And I think, like, yeah, it will be interesting to be able to connect the dots between how the environment has, in one way or another, created culture where we have been able to live. historically. I was in, I don't recall when, but I remember going to some neighborhoods where the culture of, specifically, I guess in Chicago, like Mexican people, like seemed so different than here. And after thinking about it for a while, for me, it was all about being able to stay in place, to root down. If we are transitioning communities, we cannot develop deep roots that allow for our culture to flourish. We can only be superficial and have the kind of businesses that you're used to seeing that when the first thing happens, they're gonna be gone. By first thing, I mean, whether it's development pressure or rising cost of rent, you know? But I do feel that it's important that we don't assign to nothing the circumstances that our culture currently coexists with, you know? So that's why the solutions need to be policies that address those root cause issues that are stopping us from staying in place. So I don't know. I just feel like it's important. I just feel it was important to express that.
I think like just bringing it back, sort of like, you know, what I know that we're wanting to center the anti-displacement working group in really is that reparative racial justice framework, where it's like we're looking to like understand the context and center, you know, those who have been most impacted by historical displacement. And so it's like we can get into some of the nuance definitely in terms of like communities and like you know, the experience of white working class folks and like some of the, you know, challenges like real or perceived that they're seeing as like neighborhoods become more, you know, diverse and more representative Black, Indigenous people of color. But I think it's important also that that's not the same, right, as you know, this decades long or centuries long process of displacement that has been very much tied to like systemic realities. I think that you were speaking of, Ricardo, and thinking about you know, her sort of mention of like sort of North Minneapolis and sort of like being seen as like a sort of transient population or like predominantly renter you know, population, but like that's very much also tied to some of those same structures and systems, right? Mm-hmm. At the same time, like recognizing that we have a lot of renters on the north side that have, you know, been calling that place home for decades, right? And so yeah, just wanted to speak up on that.
I'm wondering if we want to move on to question 2. And thanks for the thoughtful discussion and insight. But just building off this first one, so what things in community do we need to protect when thinking about cultural displacement? And I guess like what things in community kind of contribute to this cultural placekeeping that like there are already instances of along the alignment.
In Crystal, people tend to stay here at least once they buy a house. So if cultural displacement would be a result of economic displacement, for example, as people are priced out, tools that getting back to it really comes down to the people, right, and helping them stay, you know, and focusing on how the blue line might make it harder for people to stay. Then I think that protecting the ability of people who want to stay to be able to stay is important. And that might especially be important to newer residents who haven't had time to build equity if they're a homeowner, or to build up their business if they're a business tenant. Almost none of the businesses in Crystal own the real estate, their businesses, and they're almost all business tenants. So, you know, that's a whole other issue, of course, getting back to the other conversations we've had about the need for business co-ops and things. But, you know, any tool we have that enables people as prices start to rise, as economic pressures start to potentially force people or businesses out of the community, that is a way to minimize cultural displacement, I think, is to have those tools in place. I just don't see cultural displacement as being apart from economic and housing displacement. I think it's an effect of those two things.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I mean, in terms of cultural displacement, I guess like the way that I've understood it is, you know, and I think about it again is kind of like, okay, if you haven't been economically displaced and you are able to still afford to even stay in that, you know, location, what does it look like for those folks that are able to like stay? You know, does it still feel like home? Would you want to stay there at that point? Right. And so, because I think it's like this tension between knowing that there are going to be newcomers likely, and that they're going to probably be whiter and wealthier. And then how does that affect the culture of that location? Right. Does it still feel like home? I'm not sure. I mean, I know I think that like the economic displacement, like we want to make sure that people can stay in place and that they're not displaced to begin with. But I don't think that we're going to be able to prevent at the same time the new folks from moving in. We're hoping that those new folks don't move in and displace existing residents. But there is going to be more housing built. There is going to be, you know, changes, I think, in that way, because with the transit project, you have upzoning, right? And that's kind of like the whole process surrounding the construction of the line is really more to me about the development than it is actually about the transportation. And so I'm not opposed to building more housing. I think we should, but I think it should be, you know, affordable housing. It should be public housing primarily. But that's not to say, even with that you're not going to have more people coming in, new people coming in, and there are going to be changes, right? And it's to me about like the whether people still feel at home in that space after those changes occur, and don't feel alienated. I mean, I'm trying to imagine for myself, like I live, you know, 2 blocks away from the West Broadway route, and or maybe it'll be 1 block if 21st gets selected, but anyway, as an option. So I have a hard time trying to imagine like what my neighborhood here would look like and how I might feel with the influx of newcomers. And it's like, is it going to look like Uptown now? Because I lived in Uptown, you know, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and I saw like the beginning of that, you know, like kind of change in terms of, you know, who was living there, how it felt, like the different businesses, and it didn't really feel like my kind of like scene anymore. And so that to me is like more like the like kind of like the cultural displacement. But I don't know if I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just like talking, like thinking out loud now. I've had too much coffee. I'll shut up.
No, I think those were all like excellent points. Appreciate that, Nicole. I mean, I think one question I would have is sort of like, so I think about like, who are the current culture bearers of the North Side or of the communities along the line, right? And I'm always holding the North Side as sort of my North Star here. And how are those folks supported financially and in other ways to stay and to continue to be pollinators of that culture, be story bearers and bridges between the old and the new, right? So I think that's one question. And so in terms of like, are there opportunities for targeted universal basic income for culture bearers specifically? My other question is about what are the existing physical spaces where culture is celebrated, manifested in these communities already, And maybe I'll just share an example of like my experience in my neighborhood. You know, we had a coffee shop just down the street from where I live, Blue Moon Coffee. And that was like unofficially, maybe officially, it was a very like lesbian centering coffee shop. And I wasn't necessarily, you know, guaranteed that I'd walk in there and it'd be all like queer folk, but I was pretty sure that I was never going to be the only one. And it was a place where I always felt like, man, I'm having a hard day. I want to be around my people. It just was a built space for me to do that. And, you know, turnover happens. Like it was nothing crazy. Like the owner just wanted to retire and there was no one to keep that torch going. And so that's fine. But that would be my question for the north side, is where are those spaces? And unfortunately, some of the feedback I've heard, and maybe I'm wrong, and I would hope that Northsiders on this call can correct me, is that due to all the systemic issues we're talking about, these places haven't been necessarily allowed to anchor in the same ways that we see it happening in other communities. And so to the extent that there are these informal spaces, maybe that decision makers don't know about, those perhaps should be elevated. And again, what are the interventions that we can make now to sustain them? So I'll just stop there. Oh, we can't hear you, Allison.
Sorry. Hey, thinking about kind of mapping those cultural expressions, Coco mentioned too. Coco mentioned people, cultural bearers, and spaces. How else does the culture express itself in these areas? In the Mission District, it seemed like language was very important, and you know, food is always important. So just kind of, I think that's kind of what we're talking about here, is like, what are those expressions of culture in these areas, and identifying them and being explicit about them, so that we can make sure that they are protected. And so I don't know if anybody has other thoughts on that. What other, you know, it could be tangibles or intangibles, but how does culture currently express itself? It could be in public spaces, maybe. So I'll just leave that question there.
I guess I like that notion that we can identify who is a culture creator, or whatever word you use that I cannot recall currently. But for me, to answer to Allison, also, like, yeah, so I feel like churches, like stores that provide cultural goods, schools. So yeah, those will be some of the things that for me are where culture's at.
And this kind of, we're getting to the third question, is where have we already been successful with cultural placemaking? Ned.
Oh yeah, just kind of move into that, but one more like point that's kind of just coming out to me as we're like talking about cultural displacement is one, like, yes, definitely how connected cultural displacement is to like economic displacement, housing displacement, small business displacement. But also like also lifting it up as like a unique and important thing, like in and of itself, because like just as you were talking, Nicole, like it occurred to me, like, let's just say for a second, like with like hope and optimism, that every single anti-displacement like recommendation that we put through, like for housing, economic development, is adopted, it's successful, it's fully implemented. So like not a single resident is displaced, not a single business is displaced. But that doesn't necessarily mean that cultural displacement isn't still a threat, because you have like this potential for a lot of like new businesses, new residents to come in that can then like change, you know, the neighborhood identity. And so anyways, that was just sort of like just an interesting framework that like was kicking around my brain that I thought I would share.
Thanks, Ned.
And I think you just like summarized like what I was trying to say for that kind kind of rant that I was on, like that, yeah, that even if we're completely successful in all of that, I think there's still exactly like you said, like the threat of the cultural displacement. And how, yeah, I guess I'm just kind of like at a loss though, still for like trying to figure out like how do you protect against that? Like, I feel like I've experienced it in so many different, personally, you know, different places that I've lived, you know, like I mentioned growing up, you know, and then in my early adulthood in Uptown, and then, you know, like now I'm over here, you know, I was on the West Bank for a number of years, and you look at that area and how many transitions like it's gone through. But yet there's still like these kind of institutions that have been there for decades, you know, like Palmer's, for example, bar, and you know how that's just been like such an anchor for people to be able to like, you know, it's like it's just such an anchor in the community, and people can be, you know, can go there, feel welcome. But you look at like, I guess like how many other spaces in that neighborhood that were, you know, also like fixtures for a long time that are now gone due to the pandemic. And I think we're already in a very vulnerable place right now for spaces that have been lost. Like I don't get out a whole lot, you know, like I didn't get out a whole lot after, like even before the pandemic, because I'd had a baby, but like I'm just like, what is still out there? Like, what are the places that even do still exist in this city? Because it feels like there's always another place that's closing. And so I think that like cultural displacement in that context is like even just a bigger threat right now. Like what spaces do we still have like in this city? And then when you talk about the north side, it's like, I guess we're still trying, I think residents over here are still trying to really fight for space that can be like claimed. But I do think of like places like Sammy's as a place where like that should be protected. It's like a very organic kind of like cultural space for people to come in, and like you see your neighbors, you might see your state rep in there, you might, you know, just place to like connect and see folks. So that certainly comes to mind, but I think that there's still this, like, we're in this transition period, but then there's also like, you know, people still trying to fight to like claim that space, like at all on the north side.
People have in mind of where we've already been successful with cultural placemaking?
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear that.
Oh, so yeah, I'm just moving on to this question of where have we already been successful with cultural placemaking?
I mean, someone mentioned earlier the Mercado Central, right? Which I believe is a co-op. And didn't Brooklyn Park recently, or aren't they building that business incubator too? And then in St. Paul, the cultural corridors, I don't know about the downtown one, but I'm wondering about the one that Vameng kind of like helped create. The name's escaping me currently, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say what Ricardo mentioned about like even being able to claim a corridor or a space as a cultural corridor gives I think community members, activists, community builders the ability to move with a different type of intention in the work that they're doing. So it's also about kind of narrative and claiming that there is actually culture that should be preserved on the north side. I don't think that that's, I mean, I know we're having that conversation now, but you know, the north side hasn't necessarily had the benefit of that, you know, in the same ways that perhaps, you know, Lake Street, we know, you know, even Cedar Riverside, it's a very specific, you know, brand of culture that, you know, you're going to go experience there.
I wonder is sections of Frogtown or West Side St. Paul, other areas that are sort of culturally identified areas.
West Side, St. Paul.
I gotta say something about our Back Lake Road strip in Crystal. Some of you have heard me talk about this before, you're probably sick of it, but I mean, what we did there is we did a streetscape project that created a parallel parking on-street parking bay in front of a strip of businesses that had been struggling for decades. Most of the businesses, if not all of them that were there when we started the project are still there today, 4 years later. And some of them have expanded. And there are businesses from all representing people and cultures from all over the world in that little strip. And it's helped make them more successful. So I think the learning experience in that strip in the broader community was always assumed to be a tear down, right? Like, let's tear it down and build a mixed use 4-story apartment building there. And what we found out is that this was basically an existing business incubator. Like, we didn't, it was already there. We just needed to do our part as a government entity to help it be more successful as such. And so by creating that role of parallel parking and redoing the streetscape so you could actually see the storefronts has enabled small business owners, many of them women owned, most of them people of color and or immigrants. It really, to me, that just, again, it's the intersection between business, being anti-displacement from a business sense, leading to the same for culture. And that it's a cultural corridor without being officially named as such. And that government's primary role is to create the public realm or maintain the public realm in a way that supports that and helps people and businesses stay and grow. And we did that there. There may not be a lot of circumstances like that, but it did seem to work in that particular case.
I'm just noticing that we're talking a lot about businesses as a big part of culture. Going back to something Ricardo said, though, schools are also a place where there's kids are the present and the future, right? And culture is being taught and replicated. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious what you think about schools. Have they been successful with cultural placemaking, and are there opportunities there to protect and, build on that? And I think, I see charter schools in particular, some charter schools are being really culturally based, but what are you seeing in your communities?
I think, unfortunately, like within the Minneapolis public school system that, there's been, because of like housing instability, there's then instability for students, and there's a lot of kids that are, end up moving around, or you might have kids, families that live in the same neighborhood, but the kids don't go to the same school. And so I know that there's been like, the way that they're doing it has been controversial, but an effort on the part of Minneapolis public schools to get back to like community-based schools where the kids go to the school that's in their neighborhood. I think that like that would be like then a better opportunity for that kind of like cultural connection. But right now it feels like kids and families are still pretty scattered, and within the school itself I think my daughter goes to Nellie Stone Johnson Elementary School here in the Hawthorne neighborhood, and I do feel like there's like a sense of community there, but it's not necessarily like, we're all neighbors and our kids all go to the same school, and so it's like representative of this place. So yeah.
I will say that, there's definitely pride around like North High and Patrick Henry. and like, you know, just like friendly rivalry, and like, again, in terms of sort of like these anchors of like also spaces of memory, and documenting, you know, these spaces that have been important to community members of the North Side today. I think that that's fair to say, and those are important, and they continue to build in that way with sort of like the Polars football team. Like, I mean, there's certainly gathering that comes about because of that. So I think that's fair.
And building off that point, Coco, like I'm wondering too, how many like informal cultural spaces or things that might not be captured in like data, like events, or gatherings, or like people's businesses that operate out of their homes, and things that like I know the presentation and this, we've had like a strong business focus, and because obviously they can be bearers of culture, but I'm wondering if there's like other spaces, events, like visuals, like things that we look at and hear when moving through space that can be worked to be preserved. Like even if it's like, I know Allison brought up language, like language within a business, or other space, or even like with on transit itself, like, or in the spaces around transit. Are there examples in the Twin Cities with past iterations of light rail, where there's been some like cultural preservation?
One entity that I think, just if we're just as we're talking about Nellie Stone Johnson too, the Hawthorne Huddle is something that has, it's not a place necessarily, but it's been a gathering that has 30 years of history. It's changed over time, but that's an institution in North Minneapolis that folks have over different iterations come to depend on and connect with. And it's a monthly meeting that happens at Farview Park. Just one example of something that isn't necessarily specifically placed. It happens at Farview, but it's really more of a forum that has grown and evolved over the years.
Yeah, I'd add community garden spaces. One of Harrison Neighborhood Association's like recommendations for the light rail is for the city to place a moratorium on the sale of the city-owned community garden plots and to preserve those for use by community. I think that like it's a important space for, you know, bringing folks together, having a place where people can be and interact, and then also like the added benefit of having access to, you know, fresh, healthy food. And so, you know, I know that in my neighborhood here in Hawthorne, there are a number of garden plots that are within the, you know, the station areas. And so I would like to see, as part of the recommendation that could connect then to avoiding cultural displacement, that there would be a moratorium on the sale of the garden plots.
Thanks, Nicole, and thanks all for those thoughts. We have only a few minutes left before in-person folks are going to have lunch. So I think maybe if we can move on to the last question, which obviously deserves more time than we're going to give it in this space. But I think we've already talked about some of these. So what policies, programs, and investments do we need to implement in order to prevent cultural displacement? I know we've talked in this space about business incubators. I know Allison brought up like cultural asset mapping, with the point that I think like Nicole and others had said of where even are these places still, and in order to preserve them, I think knowing where they stand, especially like I know we're having a quantitative presentation later today, but how can we not be overly dependent on quantitative data and do some sort of inventorying or mapping that actually captures how folks experience culture in real time and community? So other strategies folks can think of or have already been working to implement or have seen in other spaces, that would be great.
I wanted to mention our experience with Becker Park it's become an attraction for people from not just Crystal, but all over the adjacent suburbs and people of many different cultures and backgrounds. And that park was designed when we rebuilt it a couple of years ago, was specifically designed to be a park for everyone, not just in terms of the accessible playground, but in terms of having amenities that would attract people who gather informally, but in culturally specific ways, like barbecues and things like that. So we added grills to the park, which hadn't been there before. Little things like that. And the park has become used by people from all backgrounds, and informal culturally specific gatherings of people, especially West African immigrants, as well as Black Americans who've been here longer than my family has. And so you go to that park on a sunny Saturday, and it's full of people having like large gatherings at the park. And that it doesn't have to be programmed, right? Government creates the facility, but you got to create the right facility. And then that allows people to use it in a lot of different ways. And to me, that's kind of a buffer against cultural displacement, because whatever happens in the business community or whatever, or even the housing community, people can still use it in a culturally specific way, use that public facility. And so I think parks in general are an important element to preventing cultural displacement.
I'll add on to that a couple of thoughts. One is the discussion around North Commons, North High School, the North YMCA is an important conversation that's aligned with Broadway. And it's a really important cultural location, cultural site. There's a national conversation that we've been part of and that Minneapolis has been part of about civic infrastructure and investing in those spaces that are public. And one area that I think is something to keep our eye on is the Community Reinvestment Act, which has guided or pushed banks into how do they invest in communities. The rules are being rewritten right now. They had a public comment period that's closed. It's Federal Reserve, it's a federal policy, but it really guides how the banks direct their funds into the community. And oftentimes there's a direct link from the banks to private developers for affordable housing. And so there's actually not a lot about investment in the assets that really make a community thrive, the public spaces, public realm, parks, libraries, marketplaces. And that's a discussion that is, as they come out with the new rules in 2023, there'll be another year of discussion, but I think the banks are gearing up to kind of make sure that they protect how they manage that. And I think it's an important national conversation so that there's a space for community to have a little more control over how those dollars are directed into community assets.
I just wanted to say, I think whatever we do here, identifying these policies that I know a lot of us have a list, but we must put a timeline, right? So we should be speaking in the terms of like the process will be before construction, during construction, and after construction. And then the one thing I wanted to share on the chat, it's like I found this fund that the city of Atlanta, Georgia created. It's like an anti-displacement fund. And the interesting thing here, which I think relates to culture, is that they identify legacy residents. And the cool thing is that they identify legacy residents. They understand the pressures that some of them have to endure, and they're subsidizing the rising cost of their home taxes. So, I mean, for me, it's like, if we want to preserve culture, like we must act and we must keep people in place, and we must allocate money to, let those folks stay. The other image that came a lot to mind was that meme or cartoon of the baseball game with the boxes. It's like, for me, it's like understanding that it's like a two-way thing. It's like not only preserving our culture, but it's also understanding that we haven't been as successful because of the racist policies that have been holding us back. So when we're thinking about preserving culture, for me, it's not only about keeping what we have, but about unleashing our potential by, adding more. So to me, that's equity here, right? It's like, chain business, not the same as one of our businesses. So how is the city fostering the environment to let those flourish and not compete with others or whatever, you know? So anyways, a couple of thoughts there, but that legacy resident fund, I think would be great to check it out.
I know we're running out of time. I just want universal basic income to show up everywhere. So I'm gonna say that again. I had one other thought. So I was just traveling in Selma. This will be a quick story. And I wanted to spend my money at Black-owned businesses. And I had no way of, obviously I had no way of knowing, how to recognize that aside from just straight up asking, which like I don't have an issue with, but some people might not want to do, right? So I think maybe I saw this through the Boston Ujima project and like their extensive like coordination of work that they've been doing. But I'd be interested to see if we could have some kind of way of identifying also legacy businesses, legacy cultural spaces in a visual way outside of storefronts. So I know I'm going to spend my money where my values are and I don't have to like think about that, it's just there.
Yeah, just to add on to that, when was that? Back in 2014, 2015, when I was living on the West Bank, and a group of neighbors and I started a group called Preserve the Historic West Bank. And we were looking at ways to like preserve, cultural spaces at a time when we were seeing some development pressure come into the neighborhood. And we partnered with the Preservation Alliance of Minnesota back then. And I think we might have actually worked with Cura as well, but we did like a cultural mapping project where, we identified all the different spaces like in the neighborhood, which was pretty much everything like in the West Bank, because it's all important to people on some level. But we went in and we like, talked to people that were in the restaurant or the owners of the restaurant. Like, why is this space important to you? What is like the history of these spaces? And we put it on a map, and like you could like click on the map and like you could listen to like interviews, you could read about the history of the spaces, you could see like who owned it, and some of like what you're talking about, Coco, like what are the legacy places, or even like what are the places that are important to the community members that reside here and why. And maybe that could be like an app or something like that you can like pull up, or just like a website that like folks could like use when they're in the neighborhood, for both residents and non-residents.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, no, here.
Not trying to always have the last word.
No.
I do like just thinking about also this piece around civic infrastructure and like where we're looking at, like how to really like channel the power of community residents to shape these decisions, not as part of like any one public hearing or any one advisory committee, but like really on this ongoing basis. I mean, important to remember, right, that in Minneapolis, just for example, like we had 30 years of like the neighborhood revitalization program, which was essentially like in its anti-displacement policy to prevent white flight. And so it was like targeted investments, like to try and keep folks like to stay in the community, right? And so it's like we don't want to replicate that in terms of like who we're talking about and who has the power of decision making, right? But like what does it look like for like sustained investments over decades in like the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars that are really based on like building up civic engagement and organizing infrastructure, so that like as these long-term development projects unfold, they're like well-funded vehicles, including like existing neighborhood associations like Harrison and others that have like undergone that transformation away from the city's intended purpose of them. But yeah, just want to make sure that we're always like being mindful that it's like examples of how targeted resources have gone to benefit white people, like at a time when they were identified as who we didn't want displaced. Like we need to develop alternate models that are actually reparative and addressing displacement concerns today.
Thanks, y'all, and thanks, Ned, for excellent last point. Thanks for the insightful conversation. I know it's a big and important topic that can't really be reduced to the amount of time we've provided here, but it is, as always, an ongoing conversation. And so we appreciate your thoughts and experiences here. We're gonna break for lunch in person. And so I'm going to, I think I shared the notes with everyone, so you should be able to see what we talked about. Anything else, Allison, or no?
Just how long is the break? Sorry, it's on the agenda.
Till 1:30.
1 whole hour? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, y'all.
Thanks.
The idea that when relocation is a commodity, the way I put it, the decision making is driven that way. So it's not as simple as, I don't know, I'm going back to this idea of, it's not.
Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Good lunch? Did you explore the space around here? Nobody did, huh? Just stayed in here. This is the best looking room probably anywhere close to this building, so probably a good choice. All right, so we are jumping to our afternoon programming. We are going to be on the talking about data. So of course, we talked about the beginning of this project. We'd be doing some qualitative study, some quantitative study. One thing I do want to mention, we're going to continue to do qualitative study. So one of the things, Dr. Jacobs is here today. And so one thing I want to Viola is here today. And that, right, still folks, we've been hearing like they want to be involved, they want to be able to communicate their experiences and particularly be able to communicate about the policies that we've been discussing in this room. We're still doing that. So there's a couple folks, Jackson, KB, Christelle, that we really need to connect y'all with Viola so that your folks, there's folks that you're a partner with, that you connected with, make sure that they're connected in with that research. You can't, yeah, Candy, all of you, whoever, okay? So we just want to make that happen. But we have done some good work, and we're joined by our great colleague, Dr. Tony Damiano, who is wonderful. Can we give him a hand clap? He deserves it. He just deserves it. He just had a fresh baby, so he might be quite tired today. Fresh baby. Fresh. Yeah, that's right. Also, it was his birthday this week. Thank you. He just turned 12. It's amazing. So he's going to present about the quantitative study that we have done over this past summer and into the fall. And then we will be joined by Justice Jones, who's online, as well as Hawa Youngmark and Juxta apprentices, who will be talking about the youth research that they had done over the summer and this fall as well too. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Tony Damiano, and he's going to jump in with some quantitative data. Great. So I'm going to share let me share the screen. Okay. There you go. Just going to work the slides to this one.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here to tell you about the work that we've been doing. As CT mentioned, my name is Tony Damiano. You see his pronouns. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs. I've been at Cura for almost a decade now, which seems pretty wild. And so Professor Ed Getz was the lead on our quant team, and he apologizes he couldn't be here today. So I'm going to do my best to go through kind of the different types of analysis we did and kind of the information that we are going to be, that we will be passing on to you. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that you all on part of this working group have access to all of the materials that we've put together. So mostly what I'm going to do today is sort of walk through the analysis that we did, get any feedback about this work as we move to the next stage of sort of writing this up to be a section of the final report. Oh, this one, there we go. So the different kinds of analysis we did can, I think, be summed up largely into 4 different buckets. We have a lot of sort of baseline information on the stations and the station areas in a variety of different formats based on sort of the needs, and questions that you all are asking. So the first thing that we have is a set of station area demographic reports, which are basically summarizing statistics from the census around each of the blue line extension station areas. And we have 2 different time periods. We wanted to look at both sort of recent data. So we have data from the 2019 American Community Survey as well as the 2010 American Community Survey, and able to look at sort of change over time between that. And so that's sort of in a written kind of written table form. We also have demographic maps of the corridor. So we took this same underlying data that we have and put it on a map so that people can see kind of what is going on at the census tract level, which is how the census approximates kind of neighborhood size. In addition to that, we also have an interactive online map, which allows you to sort of zoom in, click around, change the different layers, and kind of take a more in-depth view. And so all of those first 3 all use kind of the same underlying data. While the last one is something that our team did manually. We did a windshield survey of all sort of commercial property along the line and did our best to evaluate kind of what's there. Is there a business there? Is there a vacant lot? What type of business is it? What kind, does it have parking? So a lot of questions like that. And so that was done by a Cura research assistant this summer. which again, we'll also be providing you as well. And so just to get a sense of all of the data, as I go through this presentation, I'm not going to go through every single variable and talk about every little thing, but I wanted to just give a sense of the types of information and variables that we gathered for this analysis. So you can kind of roughly chop this into, three different buckets. Questions about who lives along the line, so demographic characteristics. Questions about the housing stock and housing along the line, and then also economic resources. So things like income, education, unemployment rate, and also I think a few transportation variables as well, like percent of households without a car, and also percent of people who use transit to get to work. So as I mentioned, we have an online map, and so here I just wanted to show an example of. Let's see if it'll let me open this up here. Maybe not. Let's see. No. Let's see. If it's too, let's see. There we go. Oh, there we go. So it might be too, okay. So I think we got it. Oh, you just have to share this screen too, sorry. All right, so here's kind of an example of what it looks like. Here we have the layers that are turned on. You can see the line, you can see the station areas. We have points on the map here that represent subsidized housing developments, and so we can see where those are along the line. If I
Is this from 2010?
This is from 2020. And then over on the left here, let's see if I can drag this over. We have all of the layers that we have in both the stationary reports and in the maps are also available in interactive form as well. And we have it mapped for all of Hennepin County. All right, then I'll just switch the screen back to this one. All right. All right. And here's an example of what the station area demographic reports look like. So for the purpose, I think so. Everything look all right? All right, great. We also have station area demographic summary reports. So this is out so you can see the numbers written out for different station areas. We define station areas as areas that are a half mile around a station. And so we use census block groups that touch that the half mile buffer. Again, this is the same underlying data as the maps. And it also includes reports on a summary of what would happen in the entire corridor, as well as Hennepin County for reference. And so this is just an example of a few of the variables. We look at both levels, we look at change over, we have information on change over time. We also show how population shares change. So both in terms of the absolute population and how sort of the population mix changes. We have the housing variables, we have transportation variables as well in this as part of the station. Yes. Yes. So yes. So all of the groups include non-Hispanic groups, and Hispanic includes Hispanic of any racial group, and BIPOC is defined as anyone who is not non-Hispanic white. And so I wanted to go through just a few of the maps and variables just to give you a sense of what we've found to this point. We haven't finished our analysis yet. That's going to be sort of over the next few weeks and into January to really dig into the findings, but I can show you kind of an example. So here's kind of an example of what the maps look like. And so here we have total population in 2019 on the left, and then we have the percent change between 2010 and 2019. And so we can see where we're seeing population growth and where places that have seen population decline. And so we see population growth in sort of North Minneapolis, especially in Willard Hay, Harrison neighborhoods, as well as kind of in the developing sections of the far northern parts of Brooklyn Park, while we've seen kind of a mix in some population decline in sort of the middle parts of the line. When we look at the change in the BIPOC population as a whole, we can see growth in large sections of the line, as well as, and this is, I think, consistent with a lot of Cura's previous gentrification work, is that in places like Willard Hay in particular, we've seen an increase in non-Hispanic white population, and that there's been some evidence of gentrification in that part of North Minneapolis. Yes. And as I mentioned, you'll have access to all of the underlying maps and data as well. And so as I said, I don't want to go through every single variable, but just kind of wanted to give a sense of the type of information that we have for all of you. And so here we look at the share of renters. Again, we're seeing we see growth kind of renters across the line, but in particular in kind of in the northern section of Brooklyn Park. We see a large percentage of renters, which is again not shocking, who are experiencing high housing cost burdens. If we look at the 2019 map, most census tracts throughout the line have very high rates of cost burden. Upwards of 50 to 60% of renters are spending more than 30% of their income on housing, which is significant. These maps look at change in median rent and rent growth. And we can see that rent growth was mixed across different parts of the line. We see rent growth in kind of the southern terminus of right before the line hits downtown, as well as again in the northern sections of Brooklyn Park. Looking at home values, we see sort of a trend that again fits with this, with other trends that we've seen around gentrification on the north side of Minneapolis, where parts of the north side have some of the highest home value increases across the entire line during the study period. As I mentioned, most of this data is coming from the US Census, so from like the American Community Survey, but we were able to also map some data about subsidized housing and the location of subsidized projects. This data comes from HUD. And this data is most recently updated in 2020. So it doesn't include every single subsidized project. One of the hardest things is there isn't one single database that has updated data on where all subsidized housing is, but HUD has one of the more comprehensive ones. And I think one thing that jumps out here is sort of the lack of affordable subsidized housing, particularly on the northern sections of the corridor. As we look at income and education, again, a lot of these variables are very much correlated in terms of when we see change in poverty, tends to coincide with changes in education, changes in income, things like that. We see, again, kind of a significant rise in poverty across most of the line, except for a few census tracts on the north side. Median household income kind of shows the opposite, right? Declines in income through large parts of the line, except for looks like a tract in Brooklyn Park, as well as that same census tract in Willard Hay. me skip that for now. And we also have a couple transportation variables, which show the share of workers that use transit to work or that take transit to work. We see the highest shares of people who rely on transit to get to work on the north side. But there's also been growth in workers taking transit throughout the suburbs that we can see some change over time between 2010 and 2019. Again, car ownership, we know, is again going to be highly correlated to income and poverty. And so we see the lowest rates of car ownership on the north side, but also significant pockets of lack of car ownership. It looks like here in Robbinsdale also has a significant share of households that lack access to a car, as well as kind of the southern sections of Brooklyn Park as well. Yeah, and so we have all of that underlying data from the census. We also did the windshield survey, which we'll be able to share access with. And as I mentioned, this was we had a Cura researcher this summer, drove the length of the corridor, documenting all of the commercial space within a half-mile buffer of the line. And they were able to gather information, including addresses, business type, building condition, land use, vacant and boarded status. We're also able to point out whether, to the best of their knowledge, whether it was a chain business, whether it was commercial, whether it was food business, or things like that. And so that will also provide a lot of fruitful areas for analysis. And so then our next steps, as far as the quant team is concerned, is that we want to provide, again, all of these resources directly to you, whether it's the maps, my presentation today, the station area reports, and the link to the online map. We'll also continue to work on the analysis and the write-up. So we will put together a section that will then be a part of the final report for this group. And so that's all I really have today, but I also wanted to open it up. If we have some time, I'm not sure how we do it.
Yeah, and we can ask questions, but I also just wanted
to
to contextualize a little bit. So I recognize that some folks in the room don't need this data for them to sort of have an understanding of what policies are important. But some folks do need a higher level of data in order to understand or to get more nuanced about what these policies might affect. Like, for example, in the map in subsidized housing, you see a vast majority of that in North Minneapolis. And so those conversations are probably maybe more important when recognizing that community, maybe in comparison to the other communities along the way, right? But this data is for y'all's benefit to be able to understand and be able to speak nuanced in this room. So maybe we have everything here that y'all need, and that's why we're going to sort of deliver to you in this fashion of like, hey, we're going to sort of talk about what's in here, but then we're going to give it to y'all to sort of make sure that you have what you need in order to have this conversation. Or you might say there's still more that we need, and we just need to know that, right? And to know what those more nuanced questions that there might be as well too. So I just wanted to kind of frame it up like that's the purpose of it in the room. Again, I think we're going to come back in January explicitly talking about recommendations themselves. And so this is part of the cut material for those conversations. So I just wanted to give that context, but maybe you have questions right now about any of this data, and Tony's here to answer any of those questions.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any specific questions about what we did, or if there are other specific questions that maybe we can also take a look at. If you haven't already.
Good.
There we go. And I don't know if this is in scope, out of scope, or whatever, but one of the things that we were talking about is there any place we can find out what the value of the land is along the Broadway corridor? And more importantly, who owns all of it?
So the first part is easier than the second part because we have publicly available parcel data from the cities and the counties so that we can look up the value of any parcel. What can be trickier is figuring out who owns it, because there is an owner listed. But it can be very tricky because it can be owned by different corporate entities. It can be LLCs. It can be LLCs that own LLCs. And so kind of taking that next step, like we can identify who's listed in the tax data, but it can be harder to figure out what that entity actually is. And so that's kind of the trickier part. The first part we can do.
Do you want to talk about that research project that's looking at it for single rental homes?
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. And I might need to check in with Jeff Mattson. He might have done something about land ownership already, but I need to look into that to be sure. But one sort of related project that Cura is doing, not specifically related to the Blue Line, but we are trying to do this for single family rentals in Hennepin and Ramsey County. We've seen a massive growth in corporations and big companies buying up and renting single family homes. And there's been a lot of problems potentially identified with the growth of those entities, higher eviction rates, less poor maintenance and things like that. So one of the things that we are doing is trying to identify those within Hennepin and Ramsey County and kind of figure out where those are located. And we know that there is a large concentration of those types of homes on the north side. But as I mentioned, it can be a lot of the work that we're doing is just trying to identify, trying to figure out who are these entities, can we trace them back? Because there's a lot of techniques that they use to hide the actual ownership. And so a lot of work that we're doing right now is just trying to trace out that web. One company, for example, Invitation Homes, which you may have heard of, they use over 13 different LLCs with different names for properties that they own. And so being able to track that out and realize that, oh, these 10 different LLCs are actually one company is a significant amount of time and effort. And so us and a lot of people around the country are trying to crack that nut. And so I'm not sure how the timelines will match up between that work and this work, but we are definitely want to be in touch with C. Terrence and you all here if we are able to have any results by the time this is.
And can I add to that? So I do know that there was a student project that was done under the CREATE initiative that as a request from Pillsbury United that looked at a large stretch of West Broadway to identify, and they were particularly interested in like government-owned parcels in terms of especially vacant ones for redevelopment, and like found a lot of information about a lot of those parcels being like given the right to develop by Sherwood Associates. Yes, and so they did a story map and they gathered a lot of data for that. So I can definitely share the link with everyone if that would be an interesting start.
Great.
Any other questions about quant data?
And of course, if any other questions come up, email Bug, C. Terrence, or Lee, and they know where to find me.
Is this thing that you guys are going to do an analysis and write up with recommendations, or were you saying that in reference to this group? I don't understand.
In reference to what was last?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's like, okay, we have all the data, so what? So are researchers doing some so what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So the goal is to have that in January meeting, have that to help.
But we also want you all to have access to it as well.
Yeah. So this is kind of like the last stage. Like, are you sure there's no more questions that you have before we get to that point, kind of thing? Did you have? Yeah.
I was gonna say I might have some questions after we review this, assuming we get this like next week.
Yeah, probably tomorrow.
Great, there's a lot there, but
yeah,
I work a little bit slower than I wasn't able to digest all of it.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Understandable. Yeah. Actually, you can send it out today. So yeah. No problem. We're all good? Great. Okay.
Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. You all are doing great work. So I'm glad I could come and talk to you today.
Yeah. Awesome. So, just checking, Justice, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am.
Awesome. So I know we're running, I think a little bit early before the piece for Juxta, I think per the agenda. Do you know when your folks will be here to present, or is it just you presenting?
It's me and Dallas, and we're both here now.
Oh, you're both here? Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dallas, okay, I can see at the bottom. Do y'all want to jump in right now?
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, I'll share your screen. I'll cue you guys up in a second. Yeah, feel free to share your screen. I'll make sure that it's available and we'll dive in. So next up we have Justice Jones and Dallas. I can't see your last name, Dallas D, who's here to talk about the youth engagement around anti-displacement and Blue Line Extension. We contracted with Juxtaposition Arts over this past summer for them to do this work, right? Who's better to engage youth than the youth? And super excited about this work. And we're joined by the great Justice Jones and Dallas Downey, who are here today. So with that, Justice and Dallas, I will pass it to you. Everybody can hear you, and dive in.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. As we were so kindly introduced, we're Juxtaposition Arts. I'll talk more about what we do in a second. That's Dallas. He'll introduce himself in just a moment. Hey, Dallas. We're going to talk about, the Blue Line Train Extension and how we engaged with youth. First, we can talk about Juxta. So Juxtaposition Arts is a youth-oriented nonprofit visual arts center. It's located in North Minneapolis, and we're well known for community collaboration, studio classes, workshops, mural programs, and exhibitions. I'm doing a little plug of our new building. This is a rendering of it, and it is currently being built. So if you want to check that out, you can definitely drive by. We're on the corner of West Broadway and Emerson. Here's our team. This is actually not just our tactical lab, because we work in tactical urbanism. We also have a lab that does environmental justice or environmental design, excuse me, and one that does graphic design. We also have a textile center as well. I am Justice Jones, and I co-instruct the Tactical Urbanism Lab with Hawa Youngmark, and I will let Dallas introduce himself.
Hi guys, I'm Dallas Downey. I'm a high schooler and a lifelong resident of Northside, and I'm a Juxta apprentice.
Awesome, thanks Dallas. And then other apprentices that worked on this project were Sahara, Brisha, August, Elijah, Ceci, Tasia, and Emily. And unfortunately, they weren't able to join us today, but I think it's important, they did a lot of the work. So it's great to put their names out there. Let's get into it. So we started this project with a lot of research and preparation. That research entailed looking at precedents. So like, where did we see other train extensions happening? How did they impact displacement? And we actually went through those precedents via firsthand stories. One of our apprentices lived in the area that the Green Line train extension in St. Paul went down. And so he told us a little bit about how that impacted him and his family. We also looked at different articles and, different things that were provided for those line extensions here in Minnesota. Then we explored different sections of the Metro Council website so that we could have a deeper understanding of where the train's going, who it would impact, and how it would change the geography of the North Side, so that when we were going to people, we kind of knew what to say and what to tell them. We also very thoroughly explored the city's interactive map to help with that understanding as well. Like it was mentioned before, we were working with Kira from the beginning of this project. And at first we were working with Dr. Brittany Lewis. So she came in and she did a lesson on how to write a good research question. And we also did one at Juxtaposition for apprentices as well. And we used the info from both of those lessons to revise the questions that Kira had already given us, because we wanted them to be more accessible for youth. That would be part of what we did was the development of this zine called Keeping North. And a zine is For those who don't know, a zine is like a smaller version of a magazine, and usually it's used by artists to publish work that might not otherwise get published. It's kind of like a self-publishing type of deal. It can be printed anywhere and assembled anywhere by anyone. So we created this zine to share out that information that we learned from our research. And the back of the zine had a QR code that let people who participated in our workshops to submit responses and learn a little bit more about it. Here is just an example of what the inside of the zine looked like. It was themed blue. Along with the blue line, we had images. We also had a page that described, what is anti-displacement and how does it affect you? Because sometimes we use like certain terms and, not everybody has a full understanding of those terms right away. So we wanted to include a lot of information in that zine. We also included a survey just in case folks didn't want to verbally say something at our workshops, if they preferred to write something down. And here's an example of some of the questions that we had in that zine. So yeah, the workshop itself. This was developed by apprentices to collect more data via verbal and written responses. We knew that we wanted something interactive. I don't know if y'all know who James Rojas is, but he has like pioneered placemaking workshops. And he uses these random objects to allow people to kind of explore their imagination and think largely. And so we kind of took from that a little bit because we wanted people to like play with the map and, put some of their self into what we were doing. So we used the map that you see here, toy trains and random objects so that people can ideas. And I'm gonna hand it over to Dallas. He's gonna talk about our engagement.
So yeah, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, so our engagement process included a pop-up at Flow 2022, which is a Northside arts crawl. And we engaged 75 people there. And then we facilitated 4 workshops focusing on our target stakeholder group, youth. We decided to focus our analysis on the 4 workshops for that reason. Our target engagement number was 40 people via workshops, surveys, and visual notes. We captured responses from 53 youth. We got this information over the past 4 months and reached out to a lot of great people. We engaged at Avenues for Youth in Brooklyn Park, Youth Links Northside, and Boys and Girls Club and the Link all over North. So we could really get a load of different responses from different people.
Yeah, and then after engagement was done, apprentices focused on analysis. So we did audio recordings and we took the written and digital survey responses that we got to do a very brief analysis of the needs for youth along the corridor. And we separated those responses into categories and then identified some quotes that expressed our highest level findings. Throughout this process, throughout the workshops, apprentices also created visual notes, which we'll talk a little bit more about once we get to that. These are the findings that we discovered from everyone in all of our workshops put together. Security is a very, very, very big concern for people. I didn't know this, but apparently a lot of people smoke on the trains and nobody really enforces the fines that you get for smoking on the trains. So that was a huge deal for people. Folks wanted security, but they didn't want the security to be MPD. They were looking more for community groups and they knew they wanted it to be 24-hour security. As far as investments in the area, folks thought that a cap on rent so that people wouldn't get kicked out of their places after the train is built and, property value might go up. Stimulus checks for people who are impacted by construction, work vouchers for people who might not be able to get to work during construction, free fares once the train is built, an app to request stops, and then better accessibility for the disabled. And this included things like wider train platforms, easier access to like getting on the actual train, larger seats for people who are in wheelchairs. Folks also wanted windows that opened, mostly due to the smoking issues, so that they could breathe without breathing in other people's smoke, and then skipping some stops at night. And that kind of goes with security as well. Another category we had were traffic concerns. People are concerned about whether there will be adequate space or preparation for car traffic before, during, and after the train is built. And then harm reduction and community supports were a pretty big deal to folks as well. Having stations that are near community centers, temporary shelters, rest stops, and empty lots along the route, donation bins, and security carrying Narcan, and then needle disposal boxes. Yeah, so while folks talked and while we did our workshops, apprentices were taking visual notes. And visual notes are very similar to regular note taking, but instead of writing just the words, you're also kind of drawing pictures that relate to the things that people are saying as they're speaking. And so these are just some examples of what those visual notes look like. Yeah, so I'll just go through. You guys can take a look at what we had. Yeah, so these visual notes really helped us with the design of our deliverable. Apprentices used what they created during the workshops and quotes from participants. We cut all of these pieces that are in here. So like these people who are standing and sitting and these signs and things like that, we cut out these tiny elements, and then apprentices worked on composing them, or worked on the composition and what they could look like. So this picture right here is an example of one of the apprentices' compositions. They took all of these elements and then rearranged them in a bunch of different ways, so we could see the best way to communicate that. And then here are some more examples of those arrangements. And if we go to our final one pager, which has our recommendations on it and things that we heard, you can see some of those elements like this train and this route that's here, and then these drawings over here. These were all drawn by apprentices and then designed through that composition process. Yeah. I also wanted to say one more thing, sorry. We wanted to design this one pager in a way that kind of referenced how we took notes. So the idea is that it looks like a note page with the highlighting certain things. And yeah, so that was the concept for the design of it. And that is the end.
Are there any questions for our researchers?
Question.
Yes, they can hear you. Yeah.
Cool, thanks. This is awesome and super helpful. Thanks for all your work. I'm curious what conversations were had. I think I even seen some of the threads from some sneak peeks at the visual notes. But what were you saying about like them using the train themselves for like places they wanted to go and move through their day? Whether it's like, oh, I would use this maybe to get to school and then wherever it is I want after school, or you talked a lot about like some of the aspects of what would need to be on the train for it to be, you know, safe and accessible. I'm just curious what more you heard from folks about how they would use it, or they're just like, no, I'm probably not gonna use it. Not sure if that question makes sense.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed was that at almost every single workshop, youth were kind of a little bit like concerned or confused about why it was going to be there in the first place. They said that a few said that they would use it to be able to like go visit friends in Brooklyn Park that they wouldn't otherwise be able to see because there's not very good transportation to their friends. So they said that they would use it for that. And then some folks said that they would use it for work. But really, there was a lot of concern, and people were kind of saying that they didn't see the purpose of the train. And they thought maybe that it would take up a lot of space. You know, it was, if I go back to these visual notes here, you know, people were really heavy on the not wanting the train, as you can see on the first visual note from this side. People were kind of like sad, confused, or just didn't really see kind of the value in it. So we explained, you know, I mean, a few people did, but yeah, a lot of people said they wouldn't use it, but I think they might at some point, you know?
Thanks.
Mhm.
Justice, can I add on to that a little bit?
Of course, Dallas.
Yeah, so throughout most of our sessions, a lot of people were worried that, you know, the prolonged construction that we see a lot of times with new developments would disrupt the ways people would get to school normally, would get to work, and would kind of throw them off their usual routines, which is why a lot of people were hesitant to say they supported the line extension.
Yeah, and in this first note, you can see we have somebody who said, this was a direct quote, "We have an efficient bus system, so how can a train really help us?"
Love it. Any other questions for our brilliant folks here? Okay. So I just want to say I have a big appreciation to you, Dallas and Justice, but as well as the other team that y'all are with. I think one of the things that we committed to as part of this process was delivering different perspectives into this room for us to really wrestle with. And, you know, I'm conditioned to believe that, and have experienced that youth are often one of the most overlooked, marginalized groups in our communities, and they don't raise significant voice in our projects, and we don't shape our projects around them. But I think we have an opportunity here to sort of consider what's here as well. And so I really appreciate you, Justice and Dallas, for helping lend this perspective to this group for us to sort of honor and be humbled to in the context of our work here. So again, I just want to thank y'all here, and if we can just celebrate them for being here again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
All right. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go back into small group time, in particular focusing on policy recommendations, sort of as we did in the last group. I'm going to give us a break here just because we're going to need a little transition time for folks to get back upstairs to facilitate this conversation. But I want to make sure that we're catching to the trajectory that we're on. So today we're sort of, you know, continuing to soak in what we've heard today, both in the context of this morning around cultural displacement. We have some quantitative data and some qualitative data for us to focus on in the room. The intention is to come back in January, and we're going to schedule that date before we leave today, to exclusively focus on the recommendations themselves, like getting towards prioritizing what's most important to us, like really getting to that point, like this is what we want. And so we're getting to the place where it's sort of like, there's not going to be a lot more inputs into this conversation from here on out, right? So if there's things that are missing, let's get those known so that we can bring those things back in January and February. Or if not, and we're ready to just sort of like really start negotiating with each other and understanding the what our recommendations are. That's the direction that we're headed on, right? I'm not saying that we're going to finish today. That's not the end of today. January, we're going to really, really dial in on that. And in February, we need to be done, right? We need to have our recommendations there. So internal working groups at governments are meeting, hopefully communities meeting. Maybe there needs to be intermingling outside of these meetings, sort of have conversations, right? We just want to take this work serious and get to that place where we are. One thing I want to center is like what I've been really appreciated about this group, especially in this last meeting, big visioning, right? We centered in like, this is $1 billion project. This is $1 billion body of work, right? And I still want us to sort of continue in that belief because I think it is possible. So with that, I'm just gonna give a 5-minute break to give our folks who will be facilitating online a chance to get in position for that. And then for the same thing, we'll facilitate a group here in this room. We'll be doing that until about 3:30. So we're going to spend the next hour in these small groups. And we're going to finish talking about communications plan. I know there's been a lot of interest in talking about communications. We did host a meeting a couple weeks ago, but most folks didn't come. We didn't want to move on the conversation without y'all. And so we're going to sort of center some time here to talk about that again too. Does that sound good?
Can you see what's in the chat?
Can what's in the chat? Yes. It's mostly, or are you showing? It's mostly just thank you to Dallas and Justice and stuff like that. So no questions in there, but thanks for the question.
Thank you.
All right, so let's let's take a 9-minute break. We'll start at 2:30 before we jump into small group time, just so we're on time. All right.
Okay, hello everyone who's joining us virtually. I'll wait for folks to slowly come back. Don't feel pressure, obviously, to turn on your camera. But we can get started in about a minute or so, working through the next set of questions for the afternoon, and I'll reshare the link, but those questions are on the same page of notes we were working on earlier today. So let me just copy and paste that into the chat and give y'all some time to mull over them, and then we can get going. Okay, this seems to be the group of folks for the afternoon, so I'm going to share my screen as well so we can follow along with the note taking while we kind of talk. Y'all can build off each other. Okay, so kind of gearing up this conversation, focusing on that presentation Tony gave. Does the data presented or data in general, and think about this in a few forms. So there's the quantitative data that was presented by Tony in the maps and the tables, and then qualitative data like the information collected by Juxta and their youth researchers. Does this data help us prioritize which policies we need to be focused on, and if so, how? Kareem, go ahead and feel free to you don't need to raise your hand, but I appreciate it.
Right, trying to practice my online etiquette here. Everything worked for me, except I should say where I struggled was in interpreting some of the youth feedback. There was just what I heard was this emphasis on security and everything's around ventilation, clearly issues around smoking. That was helpful for me. It was actually good to hear, just not me kind of centering what I expected to hear from adults. But what I kept thinking or asking myself is, so what are these youth respondents thinking about their future use on the line? That is, let's just say that they're 16, 17, 18, 20-year-old, like when, 5 years, let's say 5 years into past the opening, let's just assume everything comes together. Are there ways to try to figure out how they anticipate their future usage? And the reason why that kept occurring to me, it was why are we doing this? There was what I kept hearing from the feedback was, why is this even being built? And so that triggered if they're not aware of the benefits to their lives now, and if there aren't benefits to their lives, I don't want to kind of impose that, but it's how can we get them to see, or can we get them to help us understand how they anticipate their needs, 10 years from now? So it's the youth of today are the adults of tomorrow kind of adage. Their input is valued and needed. And like, I'd hate to build a system where they don't feel like they need to use it and then they don't use it.
Can I add to that? Kareem, I've had the same thoughts reading the work done by Juxta. Clearly the project needs to do a better job of articulating why it's better, why light rail would provide better service than enhancing the existing bus service. And maybe that, I mean, that's an argument outside the scope of this, but it seemed like that perspective of why is this even being considered? Why is this even being built? That's something that the project needs to pay attention to. Like, there's a problem there, right? And that perspective needs to be respected and responded to and addressed by the project in some way. And also, I was thinking about anti-displacement, and do these young adults basically, do they see themselves being in this community in 10 years and maybe starting their own family? If not, why not? And if so, again, getting back to the project needs to explain how that could be a benefit to their future family to have this transportation option that is better than what's out there today. But I kept thinking maybe they don't even see themselves in these neighborhoods in 10 years. Why is that? And how can we make that an option for them? It's like that they can visualize themselves being here.
I would also say that it says all the policies we should be focused on. I've seen a lot of people saying it was mostly about cleanliness and safety, but I don't think displacement came up enough, or like education about displacement came up enough for the teens. And it's mostly because I don't think they even considered. I think when they hear the train, they think about, is it going to be clean and is it going to be safe? They haven't even considered about being moved out of their house or a business not being there anymore. And I think even if they aren't displaced, and this kind of goes with the second one, that's something we should focus on educating them about displacement though too.
That did stand out to me, that did seem time to start displacement housing was, I did notice there was a slide that went up where there were multiple bullets, including one around rent cap. So I did that seemed like that was one that was kind of pointed at displacement concerns.
Other thoughts here in response? I know we're focusing on the Juxta presentation. Other thoughts or takeaways here and how the data collected from youth researchers and young people can be used in forming our recommendations?
Well, I was going to say that some of the quantitative data is really important, not just for the moment, but for the timeline, looking 2010, 2020. I think that as the group is setting goals for it, you have to have sort of a baseline and then looking at that. So I think that data is really important. And then the qualitative is important both because it provides information, but it also starts engagement. So where you might have, Juxta has a really unique way of engaging community, where they're at, when they're there, and might start to introduce them to the conversation. So their answers now might be different than they will be in a year from now. But it gets folks, it connects people to the process itself, that it's happening, and they might not have even really thought about the fact that there's a light rail or what it means. And so their answer when they first learn of it is one thing, 2 years down the road as it's being developed is another, but it engages people to start tracking it, paying attention to it, which is, linear versus dots on the line for data.
I think just as a funder, I think that data is helpful because then we can visualize it in such a way that creates an opening for multiple types of grant making priorities to then come in to the conversation. So just kind of from that funding hat, that's what I'm thinking about.
Something that came up for me when doing some of the analysis and looking at the data is like our traditional government-based interventions for things like affordability are not enough on their own. So we saw in North, like there's a really large concentration of subsidized and affordable like housing units that are receiving some sort of public subsidy, and we still see high rates of cost burden throughout like everywhere along the alignment, and big increases in cost burden in the last 10 years. And so thinking outside like what traditional government interventions are for addressing things like lack of affordability, and being more imaginative and like solutions and things to address like, oh, the youth researchers brought up a rent cap, and like aside from like Section 8 and LIHTC, low income housing tax credit units, like these are all here and this is still an issue. So also like I think the quantitative data is really useful in identifying like gaps and where like, okay, there's these existing services, but that's not enough. And so I think this group has spent time talking previously about like other forms of like tenant stabilization and like UBI that came up from Coco in our last discussion earlier today. So that was something that came up for me when looking at the quantitative data. Oh, John, you're muted. Sorry.
Thought I'd clicked it, guess not. So one thing that came up for me was we didn't have time to really look at the data on the fly here. So maybe I can do this afterwards, but I'd be curious to know if I also noticed that the increase in being cost burden and the share of households that are cost burden seemed to be kind of across the board, right? With a couple of exceptions, but it was all on the line, even areas that didn't have a lot of rental housing or whatever. I mean, that one problem of being cost burden seems to be somewhat universal on the line. And I'm assuming that that's not unique to the line, that it's basically across the whole Twin Cities metro, maybe even across the country in all large metros. But that got me thinking that, maybe the real underlying issue here is housing supply. And while it can't be targeted just to a corridor, that we also need to talk about solutions that radically increase housing supply, reducing barriers to new construction to development, not necessarily affordable housing, but just units. Like we've been underbuilding for about 10 years now in terms of the number of units versus household formation. And, that is driving this overarching affordability problem. So it's not really, again, it's not targeted. It's not just for the corridor, but it's kind of like the underlying cause for a lot of this problem, the affordability problem. And I really think that's something that, to whatever extent we have time to at least mention it in this process, that the lack of housing supply is part of what's driving the problem to some degree.
Oh, Kareem, you're muted.
Of course I am. I just wanted to jump in and just throw some reminders out about the income or the racial disparities in income earning here. And that would impact, independent young adults, but also children. If you kind of look at area median income, it's for Black and Native American households, it's 1/3 of what white households make. And so the issues around cost burden aren't always solely because of the cost of housing. I mean, I live on the 1500 block of Newton. So if you see me look up when I make a point, I'm literally looking across the street at low quality rental housing. It counts as affordable in this area. And so when you look at, what people are able to pay, we just pay Black and brown people less here in Minnesota. And when you look at cheap housing, cheap, crappy housing, or affordable housing, kind of however we want to do it, Black and brown families and households just don't earn enough. And so that cost burden is not just about the cost of housing, the cost of rent, and the cost of ownership. It is about the lack of income earning potential and the racial differentials that we see. And that's true along the line. It's particularly acute here in North Minneapolis. And I would imagine, so whether you are a teenager who's living with adults, or whether you are a young adult, 18, 19, 20, and living in this part, those stats are going to apply to you regardless of where you are you live as an adult or you live as a child in a household.
Building on that, and a couple policy considerations that might come into play. One is that as federal investment comes in, there's some discussion about asking that those federal tracks to include, there's a group calling percent for place, but additional funding to hold in place the community around those investments, whether they're highways, even in the Ag Bill, in HUD funding, in this train. So there's an aspect of it's a major federal investment, but there should be a demand or request of the federal government that there's funding that goes for the place holding around this investment. And then kind of similarly, or thinking about this, is thinking about the kids. There's a high density of youth in the neighborhood, particularly north along this route. Building off universal basic income, is there an investment, sort of like a scholarship investment, but for housing? So if you're a youth whose family lives in this area, the community can start investing in that youth, and 10 years later, they can tap that investment in for housing in that same neighborhood, so that they can sort of use it almost like a scholarship, but for housing to residential, if they choose to remain living in a community that their parents may own in or rent in. So a way of creating a bank for youth to be able to afford to move back into a neighborhood that perhaps their parents might be there, but they couldn't afford to live in there once prices go. So how do you sort of secure more generational investment in the neighborhood so that they can choose to live closer to their family when they're out of home buying age?
And Tom, I'm so glad you highlighted that in the human services, social services area, there's conversations going on about foster youth and transition age foster youth, and how you turn 18 and we just let you go. You've got no resources. You literally have no family. You're a ward of the state. So what I'm saying is that conversation is taking place in the human services, social safety net side. I love the opportunity here to think about youth broadly, and not just those who were formerly wards of the state.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll hold.
No, you finish.
It's a different track, so go for it.
Oh, okay, all right. So I've heard of this before, and I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's kind of like an endowment, basically, that it isn't just, here's $5,000, go do whatever, but it's a sort of an endowment for everybody to give them a start. I think it's, there was some other context, I can't remember, but you could use it here in where it could be like a down payment to buy their first home in the neighborhood where they grew up, or perhaps a startup capital to start their own business or something like that. That maybe that endowment is the only word I can think of, but something where you fight displacement by trying to provide some kind of not even a head start, but just something that's the equivalent of what a lot of people get just because of where they grew up, or their parents are able to help them or whatever, right? That this sort of helps to give them that shot that they otherwise might not have.
So I think that the discussion around, increasing wages and income and universal basic income are really important and necessary. But I think for those things to be effective and impactful, like we need to be able to regulate housing costs. So without a policy like rent control that prevents landlords from raising rent more than 3% annually, what you're going to see is, like, even as incomes rise, landlords will take a greater and greater percentage of that chunk of money, and you're still in the same situation with people being displaced then and not being able to get out of being cost burdened. And so I think those two things have to happen at the same time. Like, we have to be able to regulate the cost of housing while at the same time giving workers the opportunity to fight for increased wages and for the government to do a program like universal income and redistribute some of that wealth. But if you don't get ahead of the housing costs, it's like it just is this like kind of cycle that will continue, and then you just end up subsidizing the greed of corporate landlords, right?
I'm with you on that. I just to maybe give that a click. In Rondo, which is, I do work in Rondo as well, they're on the flip side of this, where obviously the mayor just established the inheritance fund that would give $100,000 to each returning family, etc. The point that Nicole is making, though, is well taken, because if you're still in a position where you're cost burdened, that 100,000 will not get you a home in Rondo right now. The prices are too high. And so things like a land trust, or things that, to your point, just create this kind of permanent affordability, is a key to supporting that access down the road.
And I think building off that too, like understanding also and acknowledging that like government subsidized affordable housing, like tenants in these units are still subject to like really high rent increases. And like we have developers of affordable buildings raising rent like 12% each year for folks who are already cost burdened, even though they're in affordable housing, especially with like LIHTC units, which make up a kind of big chunk of publicly subsidized housing, where almost always you're cost burdened unless you're making exactly the like 60% AMI cost. And then to the supply point brought up earlier, I also want to kind of differentiate that, like a lot of places in the country are overbuilt in luxury housing. And so like supply on its own without an attention to like, okay, what are we actually building? And I know Tony, who came to speak to us today, has done some research on like the effects of new higher end apartment construction on the existing existing housing in the area, and like building luxury units increases rent for like lower quality rentals. And just being aware that like supply on its own, I think, is not like, all these things work together. And like Nicole and Coco and everyone has added, like there are multiple issues of like income, and all these things work kind of together and will require like, I think, strategies from all sides, as opposed to just like supply side or just tenant side. So just wanted to add that in there. And I'm wondering if folks have more on this question. I'm just checking the time. We have until 3:30, I think, and we just have 2 questions left. So feel free to keep going with this question. And if not, we can kind of transition to the second one.
Well, if I can, I want to return to, that the safety, cleanliness, air quality kind of physical space that was brought up by some of the youth there. Some of what's happening on light rail already is a function of people experiencing homelessness and the lack of, that's the safest, securest, warmest place when you're unhoused. And so what they're responding to this is the whack-a-mole piece. And so I think I really appreciate their highlighting this. And as I kind of asked so what's the question behind the response, or I should say the issue that's underlying that response? I think we just need to be mindful that this, the kind of, as much as this was like, what's the youth perspective on light rail? There's a key housing aspect that I think informed even not just their experiences, but how they see their future and how they see their current choices. It's clear to me like what's going on light rail when I've ridden it and when other people complain about, smoking, tobacco and kind of every other product. There are reasons behind that, and it's government's failure in a whole of in the housing question. So, it's funny, we're talking about anti-displacement in housing here, and it's like the larger regional housing on affordability is manifesting it, and I would say how our youth are seeing their current use and future use of light rail and buses. And then the other piece I just want to say, when it comes, we're kind of talking about youth and housing and affordability. Government at all levels has a history, certainly in the 20th century, of sponsoring and spurring enterprise that ultimately kind of gets privatized. So, government has sponsored banks that ultimately government does the financing of housing construction and then kind of privatizes it. And if you kind of look at what we saw in the post-World War II boom, that was all about, I just literally look a mile up the street and I just look at all the neighborhoods along Victory Memorial. That was, we call it workforce housing now. Those were all starter homes for people. And so asking the state, the city, the county, Met Council, federal government to get back into that as a part of this project is not new. I just want to emphasize that. And that, historically, those were homes built for people returning from, kind of sponsored in part by the thought of people returning from war. These are people in their early 20s. So the youth group we're talking about now, 60, 70, 80 years ago, we did all of this for that. That's how the suburbs got built. So this is, I want to say, 1, it's not new. 2, government has done it before. And 3, it can be done again.
So on the new problems that we aren't considering that we should focus on, and I think it's kind of tied to this too, is that, I live in the Standish Erickson neighborhood. So the light rail was being put in, was just starting when we moved in the neighborhood 12, 15 years ago, whatever that was. And I think we have to be very careful that the feel of the train doesn't change based on the neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is out-of-towners who come and ride the light rail with us are always shocked that it's open, that you don't have to go through a turnstile, that it's a trust system to buy a ticket. And I worry that the way the light rail is managed is going to start to be more policed, gated, ticketed, really fortified to give a message that you have to be, and there's pluses and minuses to both of those. There was a decision made 20 years ago by the Met Council to not invest on the infrastructure it takes to police and monitor every ticketed person. But one problem is how do the feel of the light rail remain that sense of open, on honor, trusting people that they do it, and guardrails so that if folks can't take too much of advantage of it. But I think we got to make sure that the light rail doesn't look differently depending on the communities, that it becomes an armored transit thing or a fortified transit thing that goes through different communities versus what seems to be a pretty well open area here.
Seems
I
to be
think,
like
one, oh,
no,
I was
sorry,
gonna say,
go ahead.
one solution, I mean, I understand that the larger like policing issue, but in terms of like the ticketing would be just to make the transportation free.
Yeah, that's an option. And that's sort of going in, just making sure that it doesn't go in the other direction in which it becomes like you can't even be on the platform unless you like just like there's a cost and there's sort of a sense or an agreement that was agreed upon 20 years ago that we trust the people who use it to be good faith citizens. And so that flavor should maintain because it's still the same city.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with you there. I guess maybe just like, you know, as one of like the policy recommendations being that it would be free, free public transit.
Yeah, I think I saw that in the youth.
Do we want to kind of transition to question number 2, which is, are there new problems that have come up looking at either forms of data or just in these conversations that we maybe weren't considering or focusing on before that should have like an increased level of focus moving forward as we work towards forming recommendations by February?
I'll take the youth voice at its face value, and we haven't really talked about security, long-term security, and aesthetics. I think I just kind of categorically take the window question in that way. And I want to be careful about how we address that. I would argue it's not about policing. Tom, that's kind of how I heard what you shared there, but finding ways to make the system safe. And I'll use the joy word from earlier this morning, how to bring a sense of joy in writing it. I haven't really heard that come out in our previous conversations, like what the ridership experience would be like. So I appreciate our youth and young adults putting that out in their responses.
I agree with that. I think they can help us find a way to do that. Like they're thinking about it in that way, and I don't think we really have. So that the information juxtaposed together, we should be able to use that to come up with specific solutions.
Do we have data on the map or that Juxta helped to put out as to where the destinations, the third locations for youth are in the neighborhood? So home, school, where are the other places in which they find themselves spending time? So the Y, the Capri, different churches, is that data available to where kids are traveling to?
I think we would need to ask the Juxta researchers. I know some of them might be still on this call. But if not,
Yeah.
thanks, Justice.
Yeah, so a lot of places that youth are going are definitely, well, the Boys and Girls Club, but I think that was mostly because we did a workshop there too. But a lot of times youth are traveling to different places like Boys and Girls Clubs or like the Y youth programming. Um, some other places were like basketball courts, like parks, places like that. And then to and from like work or school or home. And that's really it because, yeah. Sahara, can you think of anything else that they may have said that I missed? We're here.
Kareem, you're off mute. Did you have a follow-up?
Oh, I just wanted to say next. I didn't know if Sarah was going to say anything. We haven't talked about youth and young adult entrepreneurship. We've had such a robust discussion on business ownership and business development. The absence of that from here, I think, is an odd space for an opportunity. And thinking about not just kind of, a young 18 or 20 or 25-year-old getting into business because of what might be spurred along this line, but thinking about intergenerational entrepreneurship here as well. So, if it's business owners that might thrive during and after construction, how do we ensure that that's that wealth generation and spirit of entrepreneurship among communities of color around here. So in my effort to think as big as possible, like, hey, we should be inviting our 20 somethings and our teens to think about owning and operating and growing businesses. I have no idea what that's supposed to look like. I'm not an expert in that area. I'm just inspired by what they put out and what I've been hearing for the last several months.
Thanks, Kareem. Other thoughts on the second question here? Okay, I think this seems like a natural time to transition to the third and last question. And feel free to return to any of these, but how does this inform reparative work in Harrison, which I know has come up in some previous meetings?
Can somebody share a 2 or 3 sentence? What is the reparative work? Maybe that's not enough to, but just a synopsis of what the reparative work in Harrison is.
The line previously was going to go through Harrison and rents went up. Developers acted as if it was coming and then it didn't. And so now they're screwed. So they won't have light rail and they're suffering all the consequences of gentrification, increased developer work and displacement.
Okay.
And that's a neighborhood that was already divided when 55 was turned into an expressway.
Okay, thanks. That's
Wow, thank you, Kareem. Couldn't have said that better myself. So I'm the executive director for Harrison.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Nicole. I'm sorry.
No, that was
taught me well.
Our messaging is getting through, so thank you. Yes. I kind of would like to hear from this group, like how you guys see it as maybe addressing the harm that's been caused in Harrison or not. And then I can comment after that.
Well, I mean, I think that, from a very low hanging fruit perspective, it's sort of like the housing costs, right, that went up. So folks got displaced. So my question there would be, one, can we make efforts to identify and bring back folks who have been displaced through financial subsidy? I also think that for those who are still there and are hanging on and are perhaps still feeling pressures, what are the interventions that, again, it's essentially what are the recommendations we're making along the line, and let's just go ahead and do that in Harrison.
Something too that youth also mentioned was just like, while it's being put in, having a detailed rehousing program like already established in case there are people who are going to be displaced. Having something like that was really helpful. So maybe also one of those for Harrison.
Yeah, I think, like what Coco said in terms of like the recommendations that are going to be applied to the new route, like should certainly also be applied to Harrison. And then looking at like, the unique situation of Harrison where it's like we've already kind of like suffered the consequences. I like the idea of being able to compensate people for, previous displacement. The idea of like right of return, I think also is important, but also recognizing that, in Harrison right now, like, because we're seeing a lot of new development, that there are opportunities in this moment that probably won't come again to make investments in public housing, at least in the form of like where we have private developments, increasing the number of project-based vouchers to like the maximum amount possible in those units. And we've already talked to a number of developers that are willing to take those project-based vouchers, but we need a public commitment for that. And then the areas like where we have publicly owned land, ensuring that there's a commitment to develop that as public housing. You're going to hear me saying public housing a lot, and I think we can have, sometimes it gets a bad rap because there's, folks that rightfully have concerns around its quality, but I do believe that we've done it before. We can do it again. We can build quality public housing. And I think that needs to be a goal. It should be for folks that are right now struggling with income, but also when you talk about being cost burdened, public housing prevents folks from having to pay more than a third of their income towards rent. So to the extent possible, how can we expand the public housing model for everyone so that no one is cost burdened? But looking at, those things right now, like those project-based vouchers could be put into those units like today. And we want money to be committed for those projects. And rent control, we need it now. We needed it 2 years ago when we first started this fight at Harrison for a universal rent control policy, tenant opportunity purchase. Also, like our housing stock for a number of the homeowners that have been able to stay in Harrison that weren't displaced, they're still kind of on the cusp, like in terms of rising property taxes. Roxanne mentioned the trees, the Emerald Ash Borer tree removal program. I had mentioned that at the last in-person meeting or all-day meeting that we had. And, money for those folks to be able to cover like the cost of the tree removal so that it doesn't end up displacing them, but also to make needed repairs on their homes. The housing stock is, there's been a lot of deferred maintenance. And so that has primarily impacted Black senior homeowners in Harrison. So that is something that could be done also today, funding for that. And then a down payment. We have a down payment assistance program in Harrison, and we have a home improvement program. So those are programs that are already existing. Money could be, contributed to those funds because we're running out of that money. That was old NRP dollars. And right now we only offer a down payment amount of $1,000 grant. That's like nothing. Like that's not going to really help anybody really, in terms of buying a home. But what would it look like to be able to give people, like the actual like 20% down payment that would be necessary to be able to purchase a home in Harrison? So we have a whole list of our, community demands. But that's what some of the things just like right now that could be done in terms of investment.
So they're showing up.
Can you say that again?
Oh, Nicole, the community demands that y'all are developing for Harrison, is that something you can just send us that we can just copy and paste under this question? So they're showing up?
What's that? Oh, just send it to you or drop it in the
Yeah,
chat?
I mean, yeah, like obviously we want to be looking to what you all are like. What are the community demands that you are uplifting and bringing them? And it's like, if you can just put those in the chat, we can just put them in the notes so that to make sure that they make it in there.
Sure. I don't think it's been updated with the emerald ash borer tree issue because that's a little bit more recent, but.
Right. Yeah, and that doesn't have to be like right now. I'm just making sure that we want to, whatever you all are uplifting, we want to make sure that that's being captured and reflected as part of the broader conversations.
I don't want to get ahead of the Harrison folks. I believe you all need to drive that ship, but just one idea around the question about the reparative work is defining the project area geographically to include Harrison. So my point is all the things that have been kind of thrown out to do along the line, you know, that kind of whatever quarter mile, you know, north, south, or away from the alignment, like define the project area so that it inherently includes Harrison and all of that. So if there are benefits that are targeting the alignment, then geographically include Harrison. If that works for Harrison, and just.
I guess one question I would have for the full group, definitely for Nicole, is from a cultural perspective, what do you think would be meaningful acts of repair for Harrison?
Mm-hmm.
So one of like the campaigns that we've been working on now for the last year is the Bring Back 6th Avenue North campaign, which seeks to reestablish Olson Highway as like the cultural corridor that it once was. That was an area, right, of the city back up until like the 1930s, one of the only places where Black residents and Jewish residents could own a business and own property. And obviously like that was destroyed by the highway and the community continues to feel those impacts. There's not a whole lot of like commercial space that's available within the rest of, you know, Harrison, or even if you go across the street in Heritage Park or Willard Hay, it's very much residential. We do have Glenwood Avenue, but again, like in terms of like smaller spaces for businesses. And so one of like, we have two phases to the campaign. First is to remove the highway and implement pedestrian improvements. And then the second part is looking at once we're successful with highway removal, what do we want to do with that land? And so part of that is to recapture like that cultural corridor and create spaces for local residents to have businesses, opportunities for entrepreneurs to have like a brick and mortar space, affordable and public housing. And so, you know, we've been doing some like events around that. We created a mobile history museum that celebrates the old history of 6th Avenue North and like encourages people in the community to think about like what it would look to like bring something like that back. And I understand that like, that's kind of like, you know, in the future. But like right now, I mean, we do have like youth that like could benefit from, you know, one of the things that they asked for back when we were doing the planning process in Harrison around the Blue Line was more community space. And they asked for like a pavilion to be constructed, kind of like in that Van White Park area that I don't think anybody would look at today and say that's a park, but it could be a space for that would help for, you know, for a place to just like have like live music and to gather. And, you know, again, like preserving our garden spaces. We partner with Youth Farm for youth in the neighborhood to be able to work in those spaces. you know, there's a lot I think that could be invested in, like within like our community that would help with that. But then some of this stuff was already asked for too. So, you know, like we went through and kind of like revisited all the community engagement that had been done like a decade ago, and people still want the things that they wanted back then.
So Nicole, as I'm listening to this, you know, some thoughts that occurred in my head is, you know, so what is long-term commitment around that? What does that look like? And it's you know, there's use of the park board can be charged. It is like, in my words, it's like the best thing and the worst thing. It is well-resourced, highly regarded, and highly problematic, and in many ways inaccessible at the same time. So the question, you know, is, are there other avenues of public or community ownership of land and space for cultural, you know, expressions, cultural amenities? And then what does funding look like for all of that? So you know, in the way that we've, the land trust has completely kind of you know, transformed the way we're thinking about what does home ownership look like, and what are some of those tactical mechanisms we get at affordability? You know, is it like, does the Harrison Neighborhood Association become, you know, kind of a specific type of 501c3, community owned and operated 501c3 that owns land and has a trust, a separate, you know, kind of NGO trust that this project would invest in, you know, the interest from the trust would fund operations and cultural events. Like this is I'm literally like throwing ideas that I've seen used in other parts of the country, but I just want to spur the, like, how do we ensure that community has a sense of ownership and control over, because it's the lack of ownership and control that wound up, you know, that got us in the circumstances in which we find ourselves now. So it's the, how do we get to what you're talking about, and what's the most trusted mechanisms to put in place to ensure it can stay long-term?
So unfortunately, I don't know that I would fully entrust Harrison as a neighborhood association to, you know, because we have a board. I'm just gonna, you know, be real that like we have board members that are elected from the community, and you don't have a whole lot of say necessarily in terms of like who might be elected, and maybe they have a different priority or set of agendas. With that said, I mean, I think in terms of our existing programming for, like I mentioned, the home improvement grants, the down payment assistance, those are existing programs that can be funded. But if you're talking about, you know, like our recommendations for actual like land use has been that, you know, keeping it in the public, like government realm would be the best bet. I like land trusts. But I do think that initially, like the way the land trust model kind of like started was that's kind of, if the government is in a place where they are having to sell off land, then a land trust model is your next best option. I don't think that if the government already owns the land, then the government should be able to hold the land and build affordable housing and affordable commercial space, and would have the best ability to keep that affordable then. If not, then I think a land trust model makes sense. But even right now, land trusts are in the Twin Cities, the land trust is having a hard time with funding. So that's kind of like why our community demands focus on, you know, the use of or the public land continuing to be held public and developed into public housing and public commercial space that can be managed as affordable. And then where it is privately owned, that there would still be an expectation of affordability and mechanisms, policies that would help to control for that affordability, and some form of public subsidy for the, you know, the project-based vouchers, for example, for housing. there's been a lot of interest in the neighborhood around a community serving grocery store. That is one specific area where Harrison has looked at, like, what would it look like for Harrison to be a potentially development partner there. We had explored the Penwood Market site. There's some financial barriers around that. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with like the land use and community control, I think. And then, like I said, like the home ownership, increasing that down payment assistance so that it's actually meaningful for people so that they can own those homes. And maybe that could be a partnership with a land trust, but we know that they're already struggling financially and aren't able to like really come in and purchase homes in the same way that they were back after like the foreclosure crisis. So sorry, a little long-winded, it's complicated.
I think like a big picture point, where I'm thinking about like kind of thinking about like two things being true at the same time. So like one is like absolutely around like this anti-displacement work connected to the blue line, like absolutely necessary to be like doing target investments that's reading specific communities and specific geographies. And insofar as we're doing that, like Harrison has to be included in that. But I'm also realizing that's like a lot of these kind of conversations, right, are like, because our attention like is on anti-displacement in the blue line, there's an opportunity to push policies that we should be pushing for anyways, right? So it's like, we don't want to create a situation where it's like, oh, you know, it's, if you live within a half mile of a station area, like you can't just simply be evicted for whatever reason the landlord makes up. But everywhere else in the city, right, that's totally fine, right? Or like, because I think a lot of these sort of like policy areas, like I think will have ripple effects and immediate benefit, whether you're within a half mile of a light rail station or not. And so I think the tenant protections are one example of that, but I think there's probably other ones too. And so I'm just sort of mindful, like for Harrison, but also as we're just trying to build, we're not just looking to build you know, or a lot of us I know aren't just looking to build like a blue line anti-displacement agenda, but like a citywide, region-wide agenda too. So how is there an opportunity to both target investments and policies, but also recognize that some of these concerns are universal and an opportunity to get better policies enacted?
Thanks, Ned, and thanks to the group. I know that the group downstairs has finished a bit early and are also pushing to end the meeting a bit early. So I just wanted to first thank you all for this really thoughtful discussion. I've shared these notes in the chat, and I'm sure we will again be sharing like general meeting notes after the meeting. But I wanted to ask folks, so we're adding a January meeting or a future meeting for really digging into the recommendations and recommendation structure and process that we talked about previously all together. We're trying to figure out a date for that meeting, and I'm wondering if folks could put in the chat if between January 28th or February 25th, and that's all, Allison's putting it in the notes so you can see the date, which one would work better for a meeting geared specifically towards the recommendations. And those are both Saturday meetings, Saturday days. And
You want that in the chat?
Oh yeah, in the chat would be great, just so I can count it all up. Okay. Okay, thanks everyone. Much appreciated for your time, and we'll just be returning to the main meeting now. And we're gonna, I think, end with a conversation on communications, which we had an abbreviated meeting like 2 weeks ago, but we wanted to make sure everyone was included and see what other communications needs that were coming up for folks, and if some of the strategies we talked about in our shorter meeting may address those. But thanks again, and we'll see you back in the main space.
here. Take your places. Places, everybody. Are the folks online, are y'all here? Make a thumbs up. Okay, great. Folks online chimed in about January. Looks like January 28th. Seems like it works for everybody. Okay, awesome. All right, y'all. So, okay, I think we have I feel the tiredness in the room. I get that. Maybe we should do 6-hour meetings, not 8 hours. But, you know, we got a lot to talk about. So I'll put it to the group this way. Would y'all prefer talking about elements of a communication plan, or would you prefer that we put something together, we email it to everybody, and y'all can sort of scrutinize it that way, whether we're getting to the place of communications that we need to be? Which one do y'all prefer? Us put something together? Any other thoughts in the room?
I do have one. I mean, I do want to say this. There's going to be, to help tie this to somewhat to, I know for a fact that our business advisory committee, community advisory committee, and corridor management committee of the Blue Line Extension Project are all tracking this closely. And the communication plan will need to include some, and I would really love to see, they like you, lovely.
That's right, yeah.
But it's even better if we even had some members.
Yes, for sure, yeah.
Working group to help
100%.
present some of this piece at some time. So I
Yeah.
don't know when that falls in. We've laid out, just, you know, on the project side, we've kind of laid out a plan for our corridor management committees from January through July. But one or two of those needs to build into that agenda.
Yeah.
Some of this background.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I say it this way, it's better to not present it as, we did our work, here we are, we're done. Better to present it as, we did it, our work, here's what we'd like to present today.
Right.
Some feedback and watch it.
Right. So yeah, so I think that's good. I also, you know, I take to heart, you know, things that KB was saying about most of the community not knowing about this project. And I think I hear both the Blue Line project, but also the anti-displacement work subsect of it too. And so, you know, we've got to find a way to sort of tie in this conversation with the Blue Line extension as a whole, but also what we're distinctly going to be communicating out of our work here today. We got to make sure, like, I think we're doing good work here. I think we're headed in a great direction. But I think we're caring for a lot of concerns that exist in community, but folks don't know that this work exists enough to know that this is something to sort of track.
Part of our cohort's work at the county, which includes Carla, which includes Jackson, which includes a number of groups, part of their West Broadway, part of their work as well as part of the cohort is the, you know, health of the anti-displacement message as well. So we'll certainly look to them to help us with that.
Okay. So we'll do that. I'll work with Congo and Kathy and a whole bunch of other folks. We'll sort of put something together and we'll communicate that back out to the group. I'm just feeling like, folks, there's not a lot of energy in the room for that conversation, and I think that's okay. So with that, I think let's close. Do folks online have any thoughts? Is that a thumbs up for y'all? Or I don't want to forget y'all in the room. Thanks, Coco. Nicole, that's good. Okay. Kareem, that's good. Thank you. Awesome. So Malik's not here because he ordinarily would do this piece, but what Malik always says, anything that's worth doing is worth evaluating. Figure we'll close this out with a one-word evaluation as is tradition in this group. Maybe I can get my comrade Ned. We can work together. We can whiteboard the words, and then also, if you have your ticket, Ned is the ticket guy, and so you'll be collaborating with. You can use the whiteboard too if you want. Oh, okay. All right, so we are gonna go around. We started with this group last time, so it means we're gonna start on this side. Joey, that makes you number one. One word, how you feeling coming out of the room?
Impatient.
There you go, I love it. Yeah, Jim. Jim, we don't have to get into your feelings if you don't want to. Progress, all right. Hopeful. Expressive. Energized, Carla.
Oh, yeah, the poor hand.
En español. I'm just kidding. Unless you want. Okay. Eager. KB. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Anyways, go ahead. Successful. Don't let him do
I'm
that.
gonna say hopeful.
Don't let him do that.
Double up on indifferent.
I don't believe these two people. Go ahead. Next. Huh? Building. Connections. We can times two. We can times two as long as it's not indifferent.
Support.
Support. Love it. Coordinated. Plotting. All right. Our DJ for the evening. Give us our DJ. Let's get a word. IDK. Appreciative. Ned.
Focusing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say closer. Oh. Esperanza. En español, perfecto, gracias. Oh, and online, Coco.
It's all good. I was like, you're not gonna see us, but I'm gonna use the word granular.
Granular, yes. Nicole, I can tell y'all are having a good discussion online. Nicole.
I'm going to ×2. I think it was Joey who said impatient.
There you go. John.
Intrigued.
Intrigued. Tom.
Contemplative.
All right. Kareem.
Billion.
What'd you say?
Billion with a B.
Billion, yes. I love it. I love it. Tom Tao.
I'd say kind of sowing the seeds.
Sowing seeds. All right. Love it. Shua, if you're there.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. And we have Malik in the room now. I'm playing Malik right now. Powerful. All right. You want to take it? You choose. You choose. Okay, let's. Gotta do Esperanza.
So Esperanza is hopeful, just because there's a Esperanza to change things, really try new things, really respond, and do something that hasn't been done that will benefit the community and
I love it. Yes, thank you. I love granular.
Yeah, cool. So I shared granular. And I think at least I felt that our small group really allowed itself to go deep when we were discussing an idea or concept and really dig into it. I just appreciate being able to have the flexibility to do that and not be rushed by an agenda.
Love it. Love it. I'll choose one more. Any favorites? Any favorites?
But energized.
Energized. Let's go energized.
I think I said energized just because I think there's some cultural displacement is the one I think that really taps into some deep rooted pieces. I'm of course sitting next to Candy and she's like, fun. So like as we think about fun, how we do that, how we bring that energy.
All right. Yes. Okay, impatient. We have a request for one more impatient.
Nicole, you want to share your impatient? No, she was hopeful.
No, I was impatient. Yeah, I guess I feel like we've just, we've been sounding the alarm bells for a long time around, displacement, and we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and we're, still demanding these policies, and it's it's well past time that we get these things, and it feels very urgent, and I'm feeling impatient at this point, as I believe a lot of people are.
That's right. Me too, for sure. All right, y'all. This has been a beautiful meeting. I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody go get a drink or whatever it is that makes you recover from this meeting. I'm thinking that we're pointed towards January 28th. It seems like that's working for everybody, and I think it's good to be back sooner rather than later. So I'll get that calendar out to everybody, and you don't got to get home, but you can only stay here just a little bit longer. So have a good night. Thanks. Thanks everybody online.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See ya. See ya. How'd you guys like this room? Did you like this room?